Howdy.
Hello.
How you doing tonight, Adrian?
I cannot type, obviously. Oh my goodness. There we go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to an episode of Supernatural Talk. Jeremy and Adrian here. Eileen is probably still at Walmart looking for extension cords.
Something like that.
And not sure where Nick is at.
Well, Nick, I'm hoping he's okay because he usually does not come in late. So,
No, he does not. And I am also going to be trying to go live here on TikTok.
I know, I can't remember her name, but I do know that Brad's wife has been in and out of the hospital. She's in right now. But I do know that he was teasing her that she could come on tonight. And of course, I told him she's welcome if she wants to. She is very sick, though.
Yeah, she's had a bit of a rough go at it. Okay, we got some people here. Okay, the goat, Jeff is here.
Hey, Jeff! I can't see comments, so sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's right. Adrian is on her phone. Her computer is not cooperating with her very well.
What's going on here?
Okay, Nick messaged us. He will be on in 2 minutes.
All right.
And
you're not getting food.
See if I can get this situated here, hopefully. I am now live on TikTok.
All right. I don't know. I don't think I can share on TikTok. I don't know much about it. I've been live, but I don't know what I can do on there. Get your nose out of my food.
Yeah, I'm hoping this works out. I did a little bit of a test half hour or so ago, and I was only on for about 3 minutes, and I had 400 viewers already.
Oh yeah.
So you definitely get noticed when you go live on TikTok.
You do. Now, what you share on our groups, is that what we can share, or is that the one we cannot share?
When I do my shares, I do that directly from the network page, because on the universal page nothing can be shared because it's a private group, and I hated taking that into a private group, but because of the algorithms that Facebook has, I had no choice.
Mm-hmm. Hey, so I got a question for next week. Do you want to do Christmas hauntings?
Why not?
Okay. Jan's going to come on for that one.
Okay.
And she will be prepared, because I always ask her last minute, hey, come on the show. Her aunt's actually coming into town this weekend, or right now, and she's cooking. But she'll be on next weekend. She will be in her pajamas.
Yeah, that's right. We're having a pajama party next Thursday, folks.
Yes, we are.
Speaking of Greg, I would like to go ahead and do this little promotion for him. He's doing this event on January 4th with Dave Schrader.
No.
Talked a little bit about that last week. I think this is an online event. Greg, correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is an online event. he knows a lot more about this than I do, so he can make comments about it.
Yeah, please tell us.
Yeah, because it's in person. Okay, because all I really know is what's on here. It is by the Pair of Friends event, which is something that Greg has been working on for quite some time, and he had an event recently with Nick Groff that was online, and it was so good. It was done so good.
I have not gotten to see him yet, so that'll be interesting.
Okay, let's see. Greg just sent me a message. I'm having to come over here.
What's going on, guys?
Hi, Nick.
Hey.
Sorry, a few minutes late. I was actually resting up because I had a headache earlier. So,
oh no,
yeah, it was one of those attempted migraines, as I would probably put it. So I had to take some. Had to take one of my special pills. I kind of had to sleep it through for a while. And then when I woke up, oh shit, it's been past 10 minutes. I got to get on. So, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna have Greg come on here for a few minutes. He's going to explain to us what that event was. That event is with Dave Schrader.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave Schrader. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And we are sitting at 185 viewers on TikTok. So,
really?
everybody that's on TikTok, hello, welcome. This is a test. So I'm just testing everything out on TikTok just to see how it goes. Because I was trying to do this thing where I can be able to go live on Streamlabs on the computer to be able to do this, but it's saying that I have to have some sort of a stream key. And as far as personal computers go, the stream keys are only going to a limited amount of people automatically. If you're not one of those few people that can get it right away, then you got to go through some sort of an agency. Apparently is still free of charge, but you're going to have to wait a few days to be able to get that.
Yeah.
So I went on ahead and did that thing through their agency. It's actually from TikTok itself. So hopefully I'll be able to have it in time for next week so I can be able to do this on Streamlabs and not have to do this on my phone.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, and Greg is here. Hello, Greg.
Hey, Greg.
Welcome to Natural Talk.
I haven't seen you in a while. How are you?
I was going to say your hair has really grown out since the last time I seen you. I mean, has it really been that long? My goodness.
Yeah, well, it was purple because, you know, when a 70-year-old woman wants you to dye her hair, you're going to do it. And so I joined her.
It's funny because the last time I seen Jeremy, he had long hair, and now he has very short hair, which looks very good on you, by the way, Jeremy. And then Adrienne had shorter hair, and now she has longer hair. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's some kind of paranomaly that's happening that we're seeing. And then Nick just looks the same, which is good, Nick, because it's a youthful look. So that's always good.
Greg, I didn't know you were in Chicago a few weeks ago. What the hell? Why didn't you tell me?
I saw your message, and here's the deal. And it just, you know, because you are of a more pure sort of existence than I am in, you know, I'll go to a hotel with my friends, and we will, how can I put this, drink to excess. And so, you know, it's harder to get out at that point. And, you know, full disclosure, it's a Doctor Who convention, so it's not like, you know, anything sexy or amazing. It's a Doctor Who convention, which is a bunch of perverts anyway. But you know, it's really comes down to is just, you know, it was different. And you know, it's really interesting. You know, Jeremy, you were talking about yeah, they cleared it out. I posted a picture of the bartender. You know, people are like, oh, you became good friends with her, and it was just like, no. What happened is that she knows how to get a tip out of me. Quite frankly, you know, that's really what it is. Nothing wrong with that. That's the game we play when we go to a bar. You know, they
Yeah.
treat you well. They make you feel like that you're a human being and not a sad individual drinking to excess. And you being the sad person, you take out the word you, put Greg in, feeling like, that, they're not as pathetic as they think they are. Then they're just like, oh, someone likes me. Here's, extra tip. I mean, that's the game. That's the game at a bar. That's how it works.
I gotta show this quickly. Brad, that is not happening. Look what Brad's.
I can't see comments, and he's gonna take advantage of that.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, Greg is on, so we can get a 10-hour show. Like we were halfway there.
Yeah.
It was an 8. It wasn't even 8. It was 6 hours only,
6
wasn't
hours
it?
and 15 minutes.
And last Thursday night, we actually surpassed that.
Yeah, we did.
Oh my God. I was gonna say there was not 1 minute wasted when we were all together. I mean, every minute was gold. It was a lot of quality. Not
It
one
was
moment.
the best conversations we've ever had.
God, it was incredible.
Never got better than that. Never got better than that. I was just on The Calling, The Forgotten Files with Jennifer Lee and Shannon Rogers, and that was fun. That was fun. Yeah, I'm making my rounds tonight. That's why normally I don't try to impose myself onto other people, but I'm like, I have my crap set up to actually talk. So if anyone wants me on for a couple,
that was his exact words too.
It really was. I mean, it's like, no,
That's all right.
that's the actual technical jargon for the stuff. So yeah, it's works out really well. So yeah, just Denise, yeah, good. And I'm not trying to take over your show, Jeremy, but I'm going to ask real fast. Denise was on Ghostbox Live, and then I think she probably was like, enough of this crap, and she left. But because I thought Sarah came through a couple times. I don't know if you heard that, Denise, or if you're by that point you're just like, yeah, enough of this garbage. And fair enough, quite frankly. It was good. I mean, we barely scratched the surface talking about ITC and all that good stuff. It's a lot of fun. I feel like I'm talking too much now, Jeremy. Is that what's going on here?
I love it. More
I'm not trying to take over your show, Jeremy, but I'm going to ask real fast. Denise was on Ghostbox Live.
I'm here.
Yeah, Ghost of Greg.
We're getting an echo really bad.
The Ghost of Greg. My God, who wants that?
Talk away, Greg.
Okay, now it's better. The echo is on away.
Yeah, right. Listen to the echo. That's the only way to do that.
I love it when our guests speak more than we do, because it should be the guests doing all the talking.
Exactly.
Well, and what was your post earlier today, Jeremy, about something that not what was it that you're, because I was going to have a smart ass response. I thought, if you do, I dare do it. What was that? What was that post that you made earlier today?
Well, one that I did today was a poem that I got out of a book.
Yeah, but
yesterday I made a post about a milestone.
That's what it was. That no one, and I thought, was it because you realized that you've been wearing the eye patch on the wrong side of your face the whole time?
No, I wish that was the case.
So
no, actually, yesterday there were two big milestones hit. I finally got off of the blood pressure patch that I'd been wearing on both arms and moved on to a pill form of it. And two, I wasn't going to say this until next week because I wanted to enjoy this in private, but Nick already knows about this last night or 2 nights ago. But Angelia is home now.
Yay!
Oh, very cool.
She's back home.
So happy.
Awesome. I was going to ask you privately when she was coming home.
Yeah, we got her yesterday, got her all settled. Tomorrow, I'm going to be taking her to get a haircut.
How's she adjusting?
She's doing really, really well. During the time that she was gone, we switched bedrooms on her. So her old bedroom is now the storage room. and she took to it really well. There was only 5 or 6 times that I know of that she tried to go all the way down the hallway, but we moved her to the middle bedroom so that it would be warmer for her because her bedroom was hitting 2 sides of the house. And she's adjusting very well.
Andrew will be glad to know that.
Yeah. So that's a big step in the right direction right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Like I said the other night, Jerry, I can't even imagine right now like how happy she's got to be to finally be home.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's letting us know she is too.
Now I've been to your house.
And so have I.
Oh.
Well, Adrian hasn't come out to Indiana yet.
It's a very nice house.
See, I'm more closer to you, Jeremy. I'm only 3.5 hours away.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
Because Christy and I had stopped in when we were on our way to the Ohio State Reformatory, where we saw Nick, as it happens, and Tom.
And Tom.
And I actually came across that picture of all of us outside that we took that day, that Saturday, I think it was, or whatever day it was. And I just watching how it was great to see how much weight I've gained since then. Now it's always fun. That's the best part of looking at pictures is the
Probably not. It's not.
Oh, no, it's not. That's we'll call that sarcasm in the business. And there's been a lot of great weight gain. A lot of good eating, I guess. When I looked at that picture and like, oh wow, look at that. That's a lot of good eating that's happened since May. So
It's supposed to be a sign of happiness.
is it though? I think it's more of a sign of depression, isn't it? Sometimes.
Oh no.
Greg, are you going to be going back next year? Or?
Maybe. I do know, I'll tell you this. I know I'm going to be at Gettysburg Bash in July. I'm going to be speaking there for as part of a roundtable discussion about paramedia.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's going to be cool. I'm really happy about that. And there's a couple other speaking engagements happening in next year. So nope. Today I posted pictures about my breakfast. I mean, people are just like, can you not post pictures of every meal you make? I mean, it's just
that's what Jill's saying.
No, don't stop doing that. Don't stop doing that. Because there's times that you'll post something, I'll replicate it. Don't stop doing that.
Well, good, because I mean, I've heard secondhand from people who are, you know how it's like. Some people are very much like speak secondhand about you or me or whatever else, and I've heard that someone's like, it's all he does is post pictures of food, and it's all he does. You know what? You don't have to follow. You don't have to do anything. Just you don't have to do whatever you want. Yeah.
You're not posting pictures of parts that we don't want to see, so
right. or anything political on either side. I'm just not a political person. I don't want to put that out there. So it's either locations I visited, food, or Linus. One of the three. It's generally that.
I watch for Linus every morning.
If he come, he's actually passed out. I was like, because I was able to get him on.
How is Linus?
Fat. He's very fat. I had a meeting with my boss today, and this is, I haven't worked in a year, so getting back into it is actually not that easy. For anyone who's Jeremy, you're gonna know. Jeremy, are you working at all now, or are you still off?
Yeah, 24/7.
The only work really that I'm doing right now is doing a lot of writing, because I'm hoping that I can be able to get it to where I don't have to go back to work again and make a living as an author.
Oh, I hope that works for you. My live stuff that I'm trying to make a living off of is not going too terribly well because no one really wants to take part in it, and that's fine, whatever. But so I'm back at Best Buy, and which I used to work at before. I'm helping them put a 95,000 square foot film production studio together, and I'm working from home today because it's a blizzard, and I'm talking with my boss through it, and I'm just like, I want to introduce you to someone, and I go down, I pick up this 17-pound sack of fur, and I'm like, this is Linus, and she's just like, oh my god. And I'm like, I know. I said, but he's the belle of the ball when I do my Facebook lives. And then I put him down, and he, for some reason, he was not happy, and he just comes over to my shin and just kind of does this with his mouth, just takes a little bite out of me, and just like, I just want to let you know that sucked. I'm like, sorry. I mean, you can't please him ever. I mean, he tries to trip me down the stairs. That is a fact. I'm gonna take video one day, and you all will see.
Nope.
So that tells you need to start wearing jeans when you're doing your shows.
He cut me open one day. When I was going over to, I live in St. Michael. I was going over to the walking track in St. Michael, the indoor one. I'm going to renew, and I'm going to start walking again. And I always wear shorts, but my legs are bleeding because normally he'll just like do a swipe at me. Instead, he lunged at me going down the stairs and cut open a big part of my whatever that is down there. Yeah,
well, he's trying to kill you, isn't he?
Oh yeah. Well, and here's the sad thing about it. I know that he just wants attention. That's all. I mean, it's very clear. Not his previous owner, but my previous owner to him tried to give him away once, and they gave him to a house, and they were just like, said that he did the same thing, but they didn't understand what he was doing, and they're like, if you don't take him back, we're going to euthanize him. And she's my friend. She was just like, nope. You give him back to me. I'm going to take him back. Then you do not euthanize Linus. And so she got him back. And then eventually, a number of years later, I took him. And it's just like he's a cat. He just wants attention. That's all he wants. He's not trying to kill anyone. Anyone who's any smart would know that. Yeah, well, I mean, that was a mistake, clearly. I mean, I shouldn't have put him down there as like the contact and the next, the beneficiary.
Well, Linus knows that he is the beneficiary, and that's why he's trying to kill you. He wants to collect all the money.
He knows too much. Yeah, and let's see. Well, Best Buy first time didn't want me because they fired me after 7 years being there. They outsourced the advertising department, and now I'm back with a vengeance. No vengeance, but it's great to be back, actually. I mean, all Linus is going to get, and this is what Jeremy and I talked about when I visited his house, because Jeremy, and I don't want to out you, is a big DVD collector.
Oh no, we don't know that at all. Look behind.
I don't know what people know about Jeremy. He wears an eye patch. That's what I figured everyone knows. That's about it. I don't know.
We're just trying to bling it out, but
I got a funny story about the eye patch to tell you guys. So, well, go ahead and out me, Greg.
Well, I mean, I was going to say that's all Linus is going to inherit is either a bunch of DVD Blu-rays about British television, because there's nothing of worth in this house, or a bunch of replica Cybermen helmets from Doctor Who. I mean, that's really about, and a Doctor Who pinball machine. So, I mean, there is that. Yeah, it's that's really all there is that's in this house of any worth, to be honest.
I gotta say right now, Greg, it's too bad that if Linus is trying to claim the insurance, I'm surprised he hasn't hired some hitmen like you usually see in the movies where someone's trying to collect the insurance and they hire some hitmen to go find you.
I'm not sure that he hasn't. That's the thing. I mean, there was a bomb in my car one day. No.
Well,
sometimes he drops bombs in the litter box.
But he will definitely be hiring some hit kitties.
well, I am not like a cat or dog person, either one. I love both. But this cat, I didn't bring any of my animals, so I went to the pound and got one too. And then Mom had hers. So Mom went somewhere. And so for 2 months we have her spoiled animals. 2 dogs and 1 cat. This cat goes outside. It minds its own business. It does not care. But when it's time to come in and eat, you feed that cat. And it comes in,
In the summer, we just leave the window open a little bit and come in anytime I want. Well, I set up a village because Mom loves this village. It's 50 years of building this little village. We put it on the dining room table, put snow on it, make it really pretty. That's the cat's bed. So like it moved all the little furniture, made the little snow its bed, and that's where he sleeps. Not much I can do about it.
I'll tell you, when Linus is upset, there's a look on his face when he's going to attack you, me. He doesn't attack other people, me. He will. There's a look on his face, and it's just like, okay, especially if he's on the bed and I'm laying down and you get that look, it's like, you got to leave now. You got to get off the bed now. I know where this is going to go, and it's going to end with a lot of blood, and you got to leave this right now. So, yeah, you just learn to know about these animals and what their craziness is and stuff. So.
Does he end up looking like that grumpy cat that we see on the memes all the time?
Look at that cutie. Look at that cutie over there.
This is very old. And this is mom's baby. And I thought she was going to die when Mom left. But she's attached to me now. So what I got.
And look at the bows in her ears.
If I had my way, it'd be gone. Just gone.
Linus literally will do that thing where his brow will furrow. He literally is like, he's like, you just know. I mean, he is not happy. His little furry face has like these eyebrows that you didn't know existed that are now inward on his eyes. And you're just like, whoa, dude, you're no longer a cat. You're like an assassin. And it's just like, and that's when it's kind of like you literally start going like this, because that things are going to change very, very quickly. I actually before I left Carmichael Lynch, the advertising agency, I did a video, and part of it was like, I shot video of me trying to pet Linus, and he just went at me a couple times with his mouth. I mean, he's not a very sane animal. I mean, I know everyone sees this as a sane animal because I let him perpetuate himself as such. He is actually as crazy as I am, and that's scary. So yeah.
Well, what we need a sitcom with you and Linus and title it "How Greg Survived Linus."
Yeah, well, I mean, it's already difficult enough when I do Ghostbox Live, and he is like, everyone is happier to see him than me, and that's tough. Oh yeah. You put it on him. You put the costumes on him. We'll see how much blood you have left. But I mean, it's just like, it really is like, it's like, I reach out, I bring people's families to them. I reach out, mothers who have passed away 20 years ago. They hear their voice, but all we get is, where's Linus? Is Linus here tonight? We didn't see him tonight. Whatever.
Wow.
Fine.
Everybody needs to have their doses of daily meows.
Yes.
That's what we need to do at some point, Greg, when you have nothing going, nothing planned. This house, and Jennifer will tell you, she's been here. This house is so full of ancestors, and I don't know what else. I don't want to know what else.
Let's talk to him.
But I think you would do good communicating with whatever's here. I know it's family. I just don't know exactly who, except for one that Jennifer sees.
And I've been to this house, and it was like walking straight into the 1980s. The way that this house was set up, and the design of it.
1908 is when it was built. The upstairs is original 1908.
It's incredible.
It's beautiful. I love it. I really do. And we will not change. As ugly.
You got some YouTube watching. Thank you.
Yeah.
We will not change the wallpaper up there, which is from 1908. It's red. It's ugly.
The red hallway. Yes, everything's so
Oh,
red.
It is so. In fact, Adrian, you're going to love this. But I put that hallway, or I took the inspiration of that hallway and put it in a story that I'm writing right now.
Awesome.
We should have a competition live, Greg. Worst injury when putting a costume on Linus or Amazon bird.
But I mean, as long as you and I have ambulance on standby.
Actually, since I'm on my phone, I can actually take a walk. And Greg has not seen this.
I was wondering if the green screen was part of the house when he originally got it. I mean,
It really is, because it's part of Zach. It really is. But this usually the internet works. The last few times it has not. But it's a 3-story house. The monitors or the box is upstairs. I'm hardwired to it, so I understand why it's
Donald,
acting like that.
Donald was asking, was it ever a brothel?
Well, yes, in a way it was. Yes, from what Mom's told me, while Mom's still saying, I've tried to get all the stories I can out of her. They did say that upstairs was a brothel, and downstairs was like where the people would, I guess, come in. It was like decent down there, and the basement was off limits at that point. It was a daycare at one point. I don't know. It's a little strange. Let's see if I can turn this around. Stop it! You won't let me turn it around. Okay, so I'll turn it around.
Towards the west, that were business buildings that had been used as a brothel, but I've never heard of an actual residence that was used as a brothel.
Yeah, this one, yeah, it was. Actually, part of the history, I know some of our viewers have heard this over and over and over, but this part of the basement was dug out, like by hand, by his family. And this part was here. This is it's cement walls. You can't hang anything on it.
Get a load of that ceiling.
Yeah, I
love
know.
that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love that ceiling.
Yeah.
It's like something you'd see like at a warehouse or something. It's
Or-
like one of those kind of warehouse.
Or
type-
that part of the house is underground. You know, that feels like that part of the house is underground. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, Zach.
Hi.
What are you doing?
Looking around holding my teeth. What's weird?
All right. So yeah, this is my little area here, but this part was dug out. So Mom and her brothers had to dig this out. Mom is in her late 60s. So, in a while. This is ground level.
Mhm.
That's like, it's weird. It's so strange. But this, oh my goodness, these stairs get worse and worse all the time. This used to be a bedroom, and that closet was a bathroom.
Oh,
Her dad
Jill
died
just
there.
Jill just suggests this. Do you mind if we put you on single screen? Because that'll be a better view for others.
I'm going to go ahead and do that right now.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Okay, so go find something to do, please. Now, move on. Thank you.
Oh, you guys rearranged that front room.
Yeah.
Okay, so this has always been here. Mom used to tell stories because this comes open.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow.
She used to tell stories that they would put, her and her sisters would put liver in there when they didn't want to eat it.
There's
Oh,
Oh, look at you.
Oh.
Oh.
you
Ne-
are
needing
messing my
Eating the
stuff up.
snow.
Hey, this is your type cat. Your cat has come to destroy the local village.
Right?
You know what? I'll tell you guys right now. Adrian, your cat's not the only one to do this. It's the same thing with my cat too. In fact, we put a picture up, and it's with her knocking the villagers over. At the top of it says, "The villagers aren't happy."
None of this is happy.
We
Not,
meet
not
again,
at all.
Mr. Klaus.
And way
Yeah,
back
so
then, this was the only, nobody lived downstairs.
Hey, you two stop fighting. Go. Like, this is an office, I'm assuming.
It would have
I
been
don't
creepy
know.
if the cat was actually Linus over there.
You got your thing on. And so this is all old family.
Wow.
Look at the look on that woman's face.
Yeah, she's kind of mean looking in a way.
Yes,
I believe she was.
I want to be here to get my picture taken.
Yeah. And then this person here and this person is the same.
Oh, cool.
The couple
This
or
man died at 108 years old.
wow.
And his cause of death was, they said his blood dried up. Which,
Dry up.
yeah,
God, right.
yeah, like literally done.
Is that
Okay.
even possible or
Yeah, it's possible. So right here where that couch and the table is, his uncle died there.
jeez.
That's where you guys had the TV when I was there.
Yes. This is a tiny closet, and then this room goes into mom and dad's room too. But this little area here, it closes. Like those doors shut.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see it
they
now,
still
yeah.
do.
You get pocket doors.
Yeah, do they? Oh, they do. I've never seen them actually open or close, but
I guess we're all learning something new about
oh,
your
of course
house.
it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is something I actually tried to have done in my house when I built on my dining room, but I
Mhm.
didn't have the space to be able to do pocket doors like that.
We will have those redone at some point.
Looks like they're kind
And-
of jammed, like stuck. Are they stuck or
And then, of course, our little tree here.
nice Christmas tree?
And then our little wall of Indian stuff. But okay, so these things still heat this house. Those radiators.
Oh man,
Wow.
bump into
Okay.
that. She.
So you see this creepy hallway?
Yep.
Yeah.
So let me turn the light on here. We actually have lights that come on with movement because of this.
Oh, is this
That is something.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking.
So that I don't have to turn on my lamp next to the bed.
Yeah. So this, we've got boxes here because we run a nonprofit for people, and somebody's coming to get this that just left their home with the clothes on their back. So yeah, this I want to get into.
Is that to an attic or
Yep, it
Or
is.
another dimension, or
Well, that's possible too. I don't know. But this bathroom, this is so weird because it like takes you like off kilter because nothing is symmetrical.
Hey, I know that feeling.
Excuse you. Hey. Oh, oh. And then, yeah, well, I got my stuff here, but this is all like original. Well, the floor is right here. And that old thing.
Sean's asking?
I was asking if there's any part of the house that makes you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, Sean
No.
Patrick's gonna ask that.
No. This whole house feels like it's family.
It feels like
Joanne's saying,
history,
"Put a
if
ball on the
anything.
stairs.
The weirdest thing about this house is all these closets have windows. I don't understand. I don't know if you can see it. Let me turn the flashlight on. But why? Tell me why.
Straight out of Stephen King story.
Well, if you think about it too, and Jeremy, I think you said this before, in those days, not too many people always had, lights or electrical lights, especially. So that might have been your only source of light for like certain rooms.
No, it wasn't me that said it.
Thought it was you.
That was Jan that said that.
What was Jan?
What's
Yeah.
that? Then we have this. This is where I work. This is my desk where I work all the time.
It was
But-
Jill. Jill
I
said
have a
that.
heat
Said that.
Okay.
and my little electric blanket, so I'm good. And then I can watch every dog down there that we let outside. But yeah, this is just like, I don't know.
This is just red.
Right here, this corner, which I put that camera up to see what we can catch.
Sure. Have you seen anything yet?
I disconnected it.
Oh, well, that will make it difficult to see what.
Yes. I do have some cams that are motion activated now. They're little blink cams. So this was kind of intrusive, so I took that down.
Well, and
But-
I see, and sorry, Jeremy, you're the host, not me. Southern Love Paranormal Investigation Las Vegas says, I would not mind seeing what happens with a REM pod. Have you tried anything like that in your house?
I have not up here. Now, for the wedding, I had 2 psychics here, Jennifer Lee and Mimi Black.
Oh, very cool.
Both of them were like, this corner right here, they were like, no. There's people here. No.
We need to get
And
both of them on the show sometime.
I knew there was
Yeah.
people here. It's family. It was absolutely family, which is fine. And then this was the spare room, which now we have all the donations for people that need something. But
Has anyone mentioned in that corner that it's a portal? Possibly?
yes, one person
Okay.
did actually.
Because
yes.
that's what I feel.
Yes, I think between here and there's something going on. I
Yeah.
don't know exactly
bad.
what.
Not bad, but there is something. There's movement, isn't there? Like almost like a highway.
Yeah, it and the basement as well. People see somebody with overalls on, coveralls. I have not seen it, but that's okay. And this is the little boy's room.
You know, I got to say really quickly with the red in the hallway, I can kind of understand why Donald even asked, like, if it was like at one point a brothel, because it does have a brothel-like appearance to it with all the red on it.
It was. The thing about it is, this is where all the bedrooms always were. So when Mom moved in here, this is where her and her sister stayed, and the whole family did. It was only upstairs. Downstairs was only for, I don't know, eating and, whatever. But I understand it because the heat up here is absolutely unreal. It warms. Downstairs, not so much. And the basement, especially, it's cold.
See, Brad just said that he thinks he needs to send you a bunch of his little REMs to put all over.
He does. He really does.
And his stuff works.
Yeah, it does.
He does need to. And actually, we're going to open this up this summer for people to come investigate.
That's awesome.
I'll be
And
there.
it's not going to be like charging. That's bull. Never mind. Anyway.
With any luck, I'll be driving by there in June.
You won't be driving by here. You'll be coming to stay.
Yeah, Jeremy,
That's
what
not
the
how
hell?
this works. You know that.
Is that when you have your next bowling tournament, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, Jill's
Okay.
asked to do a live that day.
Yeah.
Does anybody get anything like right here? Yes, it's a mess right now. We just cooked, but like
Oh, no.
right in here.
Brad's here saying, I'll make you a deal. Stop drinking Starbucks and you can have as many as you want.
Brad, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, here's the thing. I don't do Starbucks. I make my own coffee. I'm not paying that.
I do
No.
Starbucks, but I only drink the Frappuccinos. I'm not much of a coffee person.
I don't
Right.
drink coffee.
I don't drink coffee,
I drink
period.
Oh, is this
Jameson.
bacon? What?
Well, because bacon's on the counter there, and it looks
Oh,
amazing.
okay.
And
There's
I hope
nothing
you
wrong with the
offer us
donation
some.
value.
Bacon is so good.
Yeah.
You know what?
Listen,
Oh,
bacon. Yeah.
I got to tell you
That
guys
looks
about a
amazing.
recipe that I make that's involving bacon, actually.
Please do.
Yeah.
Woo.
I stopped coffee a few years now, Jill said.
Okay. See this? Most people know what that is, right?
Yep.
Okay. So this was a bathroom at one point. This was a bedroom.
So where was the original kitchen at then?
It's still right here. This is just added on now,
Oh, okay.
like that. But Mom's dad died right here.
Mm.
Oh wow.
Wow.
There's been lots of people dying in this house.
I have to say that I like how the kitchen is set up like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it looks
Like-
great.
I'm not going to change anything after Mom and Dad are gone and we get the house. I will not change anything.
No, I wouldn't either.
No, I would keep it original.
The only thing I will change, see that little spot right there?
Yeah.
Repaint it.
Yeah, so Mom was painting the ceiling and fell.
Oh
That
no.
was her last swipe when she fell.
Oh no.
So, yeah, I'll fix that. But
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
we'll have
like
to try
really creepy.
Hey, is that a real Tiffany lamp or
I don't know. I don't know.
Donald's asking if the cast iron stove was there before.
Yes, there was a cast iron stove.
That would be my demise. No, no
we
doubt.
tried,
Taking it all day.
like- Right here was a fireplace at one point.
Oh yeah.
So
Okay.
they were cooking. They were cooking in the fireplace, probably also, right?
Yeah.
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 yeah, that'd be the best way to exhaust the smoke.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so like every room has a different feel. When I first come and stayed here, this was just a junk room, which it's Dad's music room now. But this was an office. This was a bedroom. This bedroom was like the creepiest thing here. I don't know why. I have no idea. But this is where people see the man in coveralls. I felt him. I've communicated with him, but I don't know who he is. He is not family.
I was gonna say it's really surprising that you guys haven't seen him.
It's not like it's not family. I don't know who he is, but he's friendly. He doesn't hurt us.
Yeah, I was about to say like, is he like friendly or not? But you kind of already answered the question I was
He's
gonna
watching
ask.
over. He's just seeing,
Yeah.
making sure everything's okay there.
And like, look how old this is. These are like the water pipes that we put our
Donald's,
foot on all the time.
Donald's thinking if it's a farmhand, maybe.
See, they go all the way through here, and that's part of the heating. It's all just hot water radiator.
Now,
But
do you know? Just one more question about this guy that with the coveralls. I mean, not only is Donald asking if he's a farmhand. I mean, could he have also been possibly maybe like a former resident of the house or?
no. Okay, let's go ahead and take me off of single screen. How about that?
Brad, no, it's not Alexa. His name is Alexa, he said.
It's right behind this computer. Anyway, so, no, I don't know who this man is. But he's not family because Mom has a book, and I have made sure that everything she can tell me is written in it. There was only one family owned it before they did, and it was only for like 8 years. And there was kids, and you know how you write little pencil marks and their age and whatever their name. There was one only had on there one time. That was it. And the story Mom tells me is this guy came, knocked on the door, and said, "I used to live here. Can I look?" They're like, "Sure, come look." And they're like, "Are you?" I can't remember what his name was, but he's like, "Yeah, I am. Why?" He said, "Because your name was only in that closet one time. We thought you died." He's like, "No. I had gallbladder surgery, and I never wanted my name on here or my height. But I let Mom do it the one time before I had surgery in case I died. The doctor came here in one of these bedrooms, did a gallbladder surgery, and left." I'm like, okay. No.
Yeah, I
Jeremy,
mean-
did you get that notification? I'm sorry, Greg. Did you get
No,
that
I'm just gonna say it's somebody who cares. I mean, Jill and I are in agreement. I think someone who cares very deeply about the location.
I just
Very
wish I
well.
knew, I know mom and dad, this was their pride and joy. They gave it to Mom. And this is Mom's pride and joy, but
No, I don't know. I don't know. I do know there was a little boy killed across or in our street front yard. This used to be farmland. I mean, like everywhere else, but it was a dirt road. He was riding his bike. He got run over. He got killed. So behind us, like directly behind us, is a new park. Not new, but it's new in Mom's lifetime. It's a park that a man made so that kids can play, ride their bikes where they won't get hurt. I don't know if maybe that has to do with that little boy. I don't know.
Well, I mean, what do you think? And you say you don't know, but you feel energy. So what do you think?
I think it's all family. That's all I feel is family, except for that one man. And I don't like, names come to your head and that's it. They're gone. Like they're trying to talk to you and they're gone. Last year and a half ago, when I was first year, I said, this is his name. And he asked his mom, she was like, I don't know who that is. Like, okay, so it's not family. But like he's feeling down here, and Zach is very skeptical. If you know Zach, oh my goodness.
Yep.
He goes with me for moral support, but he is very skeptical. He knows it can happen, but he's never had it happen. Well, he did at the temple, but he won't admit it. But like he says, I feel like I'm being watched. This is where he works, right here. And he's like, I feel like I'm being watched sometimes. Oh, believe me, you are. Scott. Like, yeah, you're being watched. No worries.
I mean, to me, that's I take it with a grain of salt. I mean, but it seems like that's exactly what I'm feeling, is that this guy is not family, is not an owner, but someone who cared very deeply about the location. But I mean, you are so in tune with the place that, I mean, I think you're going to be the final word on what makes sense and what feels right.
I'm so new at this that I second guess myself all the time. I can do it for other people. I cannot do it for me.
Try not to.
That's why Kimberly, I was like, tell me. And she said, no, this is family. And she actually, my aunt, I had no idea was into paranormal whatsoever. Her husband had passed away not long ago, which will make anybody question things. And Jennifer did a reading down here in the basement that my family asked her to do. And she said, I was touched. There is no lack of people down there. Okay. So I'm not crazy. I knew somebody was down there, but I think, they all came with my family when that happened because her husband had recently passed away, my uncle, and, a few family had recently passed away. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Vimeo, but we're apparently not live there anymore.
Yeah, I was trying to ask that, saying, did you get this notification? I don't know what's going on because.
Yeah, we're still live on TikTok.
Like I say, you have to share the same space still even over time, but the location's coming. Yeah. And see, that's it. I don't know what this land was. We went way, way, way back because I've had people ask me since we moved here to do investigations on their house. Unfortunately, the ones we've done are not actual, people. They are things that people have manifested themselves. They are products of a terrible life, a drug addict life. They're products of just darkness and fighting. And, there's not really something there that we can fix until they fix themselves. So
that happens a lot.
Yeah.
If you're allowing people out there, I truly would like to come out there. I feel like I'd really like to come out there.
Absolutely. Anytime we have an extra bedroom, you're welcome here anytime.
I mean, over like 2 to 3 days of
absolutely
trying and maybe get a couple. I mean,
I'll tell you this, Greg, you will be fed very well.
You make it sound like all I care about is food, but I do.
No, yeah, I do. I love cooking. I love feeding, and I will not let somebody
Yep.
leave without eating.
Even Brad said it.
Joe, you should have been out where Adrian and I were at when I was over there. We went out into this place that's now a disc golf
Oh,
area that used to be farmlands that we would find out later on. That was a unique
wow.
experience.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah,
well,
I guess
here's the thing. It's like,
Thanks.
oh gosh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Zach, he knew everything. You know, he did the research. I didn't know anything about it, and Jeremy didn't know anything about it.
Nope.
And so they just took us out there and said, "What do you feel? What's going on here?" I don't know. Come to find out, it was Colorado's most haunted road, and people see joggers, phantom joggers, phantom cars that pick you up that really don't exist. And then there was this place that we just walked around, and Zach's dad, bless his heart, I love him. He is almost 70 or is 70, I don't remember, but he loves doing investigations with us, and we will take him anywhere because he loves it. He actually took a paranormal course in college, which I guess they had back then. They taught him meditation. They taught him a little bit of mediumship, but he's interested in all this and loves to go with us. Bless his heart, him and his apps. I let him do whatever he wants. But I'm like, Dad.
Jeremy, I guess you should answer this question for Joe quickly.
No, it's a disc golf.
Oh, disc golf. You know what, Jill? That's funny because until I moved here, I did not know what that was. I had no idea. None. Because, yeah, I'm so athletic, right?
That was where we went, and I was immediately drawn to this one tree that just seemed like it just stood out. Like, it almost like it didn't belong there with the rest of the trees. So we went over there and just checking things out, and I think it was right behind the tree. There was like a steep drop.
Yep.
I remember. And then I kept hearing something, and finally narrowed it down that it sounded like a tractor. So by the time we were all done, we all huddled up in the van. We started going through all of these things, and Zach found an old picture, I don't know, 60s, 70s, of a house that had burnt down in front of this tree. This tree was just right outside the house, and it used to be part of a farmland, and that's why I was hearing the tractors. Now, keep in mind, this was 10, 11 o'clock at night, pitch black. No farm equipment has any business running at this time.
No, and there wasn't any out there. But the thing about that is the legend talked about, this terrible stuff that was out there, the people that got killed in this house. When we actually did the real investigation on it, nobody was killed there. There was a house that burned down. It did. Nobody died there. It wasn't anything like that. But still, you could feel that something bad had happened there. And maybe it was the loss of their home.
Jill has a point here. For some reason, I seem to be more drawn to trees than anything else.
That's why I pointed that out.
So it carries energy. It holds energy. It's living. Maybe it's a little bit like limestone. I don't know.
But perhaps in a past life, you're native.
Very possible.
Could be. I don't know.
My son is half native, which he's part Eastern Shawnee and Cherokee. The only white he's got is me. His dad was full-blooded. But there's a cemetery in Bonita, Oklahoma that his dad's buried in, his brother's buried in, the whole family's buried in. And he kept telling me there's an elemental. Like, what? what is wrong with you? And I said, I've never taught you things like this. What are you talking about? And he says, I see him. He said that there's an elemental that guards this area. Okay, so tell me what you see. He says, just shadows, and you can tell that it's not human, but it doesn't bother me. I said, well, you know what? I'll stay out of there because I'm white and it might not like me so well. So we're just gonna pay our respects and move on from there.
To go along with that, I do have some Native American in me, just very little. I think I'm 164th Cherokee.
But have you ever done a past life regression?
Not a regression, but I've had 2 past life readings, and both of them came up with completely different things.
Yeah, me too. That's the same thing. Me too.
Yeah. Neither one of them that I can remember ever said anything about it being a native.
Right. Yeah, see, I was told I was. The one that really stuck out to me was this lady, which some of us know her online, but she's quite elderly, but her gift is getting stronger as she's getting ready to go to the other side. She told me, she said, we were in many lives, we were together. What? She says, we were sisters in one life.
Hey.
We were brother and sister in one life, and was talking about, she had this really specific story about, we didn't have any shoes, and each one of us had one shoe. Like, I guess we shared. I don't know, but it was, at that point, it was native. She talked about going hunting, bringing back turkeys, things like that. Like, she would see it in her mind. And at one point we were married, and we were obviously different sexes, but it's like, oh wow, where did this even come from? People that can do that, it's amazing. I love it. I just don't know, who's legit and who's not. So yeah, I don't know.
I gotta ask, who is this Facebook user? Because whoever this is says that's a Seminole.
I can't see it.
Yeah. And about the death whistle, Jill, that's really just a means for experimentation. Not that I have any special attachment to it, but I will say this: I do have a painting of an Indian woman in my living room. Nick and Greg, you guys may have seen it.
I think I might have seen it. Yeah.
I tried to steal it.
It's like a profile of her, and she's got a tear going down, like she's mourning something.
Mm-hmm. Trail of Tears, maybe.
I don't know. I just know that I really like this painting, and I do like some Indian stuff, but I'd never been into, like Indian collections or anything like that. It's just stuff that I like. Oh, it's Joshua.
Oh, Joshua. Okay.
Why are you showing up as Facebook user?
You were watching earlier with Criminals and Villains, and me, Lois, and Rosie, and we saw your name on it. I don't know why you're showing up as Facebook user.
The Universal page. Josh, hop over to the Things Network page, and we'll be able to see your name.
And also, I think Joanne was saying something earlier about where she was watching. That was See, I was trying to figure this out. Oh, that was when Vimeo. It's not. I know where you're watching, Joanne.
You were saying something about being able to share from one page or the other.
Okay.
Eventually, we won't be streaming this show to the Universal page, so we don't have to deal with the Facebook user thing anymore.
That's why I put the banner up. So
yeah. Greg, so explain to us this.
Dave.
So every month we do Ghost Stories and Beyond at Billy's Bar and Grill in Anoka, and it's been really fun. And we sometimes stream in people. We streamed in Erica Lukes, who's been on Alien, what's that show on History Channel?
Alien Mysteries.
What's that? No, the Alien one. Why can't I think of it? You know what I mean? Ancient Aliens. That's
Ancient Aliens. That's what it was. Yeah.
And we just had in December, Robert Robinson talking about Bigfoot and everything else. And so we try to do interesting things, but then we decided that since Dave is local, let's see if we can get him in. And I've known Dave for many years. I've been on Darkness Radio a long time ago. So he agreed to show up. The thing is so it's live. It's not a streaming thing. It's at Billy's. He's going to be in person. People have asked if I can stream it, and I didn't want to because I wanted to have it special for the people in the bar. And it's sold out in about 6 hours. And now Dave, as well as other people, are asking if we can try to find a way to make it available to more people. So that's what we're trying to do right now, is see if we were in the basement of Billy's. That's where we always do our stuff. But we're trying to see if we could rent out the top part of the place and see if we could get more tickets out there, because people want to see Dave Schrader. He's a good guy. He's been really good. I mean, I've known him for so long, before he got on Holzer and before he started doing his most recent program, The Shock Docs. And he's just always such a genuine person that we wanted to have him on. And so we're trying to find a way to get more people to have this opportunity, and hopefully we can do it where we can get Dave back if he enjoys it or not. So that's what we're hoping for.
Well, Greg, I got to say, and I've known Dave for probably just almost as many years, and I couldn't agree with you more, because he actually was among one of those folks who also helped us out with the Chicago Ghost Conference over the last couple of years. So he's a great guy. He was also at the I actually got to see him. He was also at the Michigan Paracon.
Yep.
So it was great. So yeah, he's a great guy.
And we saw him at the Ohio State Reformatory too.
He told me he's going back next year to Ohio State.
Yeah, I saw him back there, and he was actually, when I first got into paranormal, I was at a Comic-Con with him, and we did a panel together on Doctor Who, because he's a big Doctor Who fan. So we were on a panel together talking about Doctor Who, and our paths have crossed so many times. I brought him in as a guest to a local Doctor Who convention, and he got to meet Colin Baker, who's one of the guys who played Doctor Who, and he was really excited about it. I was able to help him get that, and we've been across. We've worked together a number of times. Well, not really worked together. That's a bit rich. More of like our paths have crossed and whatnot. And it's just I've always been really excited. First of all, you know what it's like when you see people so many times and you interact with them, you're never sure if they actually remember you. And when I went to Ohio State Reformatory and Christy was with, I'm like, let's go see Dave. I said, I don't know if he's going to remember who I am. I mean, I think it's a fair assessment. They meet so many people, and I'm walking close, and he looks up and he sees me, and he's like, Greg. And I'm just like, okay, that's pretty cool. That was neat. Just because you just don't know and you don't expect, I mean, so many people are like, oh, I work with these people and they're friends of mine. Like, I worked with Nick Groff. I don't expect him to know me from, Winnie the Pooh. I mean, it's just the reality of it. So with him being like, oh yeah, I know, let's work together, and we figured out how to make it work. I mean, and then he was like, once he found out it was sold out, he's like, can we possibly do like open up more tickets, because he just thought it would be better to allow more people to see him. So that's what we're trying to do. The restaurant Billy's hasn't been answering me, but we're trying to get more people to get in there, because Dave, if anyone's ever seen him just speak, he's a dynamic speaker. Like, yes. I offered to like interview him for the thing, but he doesn't need that. He's just going to be really he's just going to be really gregarious, if I dare say so, and just be very, very much what people want to see. And he's one of the few that just really make things work for being, now on the television side of things.
Well, and that says a lot about you, because a lot of people are like, yeah, they're going to know me. Why wouldn't they know me?
Yeah, I know for a fact with Dave, I know he would. I'm sure he's probably always going to remember, like, if I saw him, because I'll tell you guys,
you sing to him.
Exactly right. Do you see? Greg knows that performance I did of Metallica. If you listen very carefully, right at the beginning of the video, you hear someone say, Nick, that was great. That was Dave in the background, along with Jeff Bellinger. So yeah, I know he would always remember me for my performances.
Yeah, I mean, I just, and this is only me speaking about myself. I just never assume anyone's going to ever remember me in terms of like when they're seeing thousands of people
right
all the time. It just, I mean, it also is really good at minimizing disappointment when you go up to someone and it's like, hey, Nick Groff, it's me, Greg Bach. And he's like, who the hell are you? We just worked together in September. I mean, I think it's a realistic sort of thing. And I see so many people who do the events, and they're like, I'm gonna point out the Wraith Chasers, who are great people. They're all great people, but they're broken up. And as Chris and who else?
Chris and
Mike.
Yeah, they too were at the Michigan Paragon.
And so like I've seen them a number of times together, and I worked with them this year. But there's people who work with them all the time, and they're like, oh, we're good friends with them. And you might be, but money talks.
Right.
Thanks, Josh.
I remember the ones I've met a lot of the famous ones, and I couldn't. If they walked in front of me, I couldn't tell you who they were.
Mm-hmm.
But unless they made an impression, like Mustafa, he absolutely made an impression, and I don't know that he'd remember me, the next day, and that's okay. But he made an impression that says, he is not egotistical.
No, he's not.
He's not an asshole. As a matter of fact, and I will always give him this. At an event we were at, which we all know, he was promised a certain amount of money, and he didn't get it, obviously. But he gave anything that was given to him back to this place, because he thought that much of it, and never once was like, he did not go public like I've seen some people do.
Yep.
I don't blame him. I really don't blame him, because when you're promised something and you show up and you don't get it, I understand they're upset. He did not. He didn't once.
I have two things to say about that, if I may. First of all, where people have been going public, I one in particular is at Las Vegas convention that was a year ago, mm-hmm. and everyone absolutely should go public about that, because that was a complete mismanagement and disaster, and a complete horrible way of treating people who trust that you're going to get paid. And like the Destination Fear people, probably all of them, but they really made it known that they had to pay for their own room in Vegas at the MGM Grand, that they didn't realize they weren't going to get reimbursed for. I am about $300 and some out from that convention that I'm never going to get back. It was absolutely ridiculous. But Mustafa, at the same location, I saw him this year, and he actually took a piece of evidence from me, with permission and stuff, mm-hmm. that he thought was really interesting. May I play that for you all real fast?
Sure.
Go right ahead.
So
absolutely.
What this is a piece, and you probably all heard this before, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I play it enough that if anyone's seen me once play evidence, that this one is always played. This was back from 2019 when I was using a Ouija board, and I got I had this desire to use an Ouija board, and I brought it home. I got it from that mystical place known as Amazon, from that mystical manufacturer known as Hasbro. And I set it down and I'm like, can anyone here talk to me? You know, and nothing happened. And
Is
I'm
this-
like,
I think it is.
you've heard this. And I was just like, okay, well, nothing's happening. So the next day I'm at work and I get a phone call, and the number on the phone, and I have the full phone number, but I'm only going to give you the first part. Area code 952-666, and then 4 other numbers. And I'm just like, look at my friend. I'm like, I ain't playing that. I ain't going to answer this. And then they leave a voicemail message. And I'm like, whatever. I don't know what this is. So I want to play that voicemail message right now, if I may.
Absolutely.
Because that is pretty crazy. Here it is. You're gonna have to give permission, Jeremy, to play it.
How dare you?
Wow.
Yeah.
Now the thing about this is that obviously at that point, like, I got to call this number back. So I call the number back and it doesn't exist. That number does not exist. So then
no.
I call
no.
the phone company. I'm like, what is this about? And they're like, we don't do phone numbers that have 666 in them because people don't like that.
No.
So I just want to play one more time real fast.
How dare you?
That is just creepy.
It's
Okay.
messed up.
So the first part, which I have the first time I've heard this. So the first part is a female. Like,
Yes.
how dare you?
A child.
What is the second part? Has anybody slowed it down to see what it says?
There's 2 things that come through, in my opinion. It's how dare you, either let me out again or let me out of here, is what I've been picking up. So fast forward 2 years later to 2022, 3 years later to 2022. And I'm with, not a real child. And so my friend Christy is here and we're doing a Ghost Box experimental sessions. And we set up, first time I'd taken that board out again in years, and I set it up and I say using Spirit Box, I'm like, can you please reach out to us again? I play the piece. I say, can you please, make a knock on the wall, do something, let us know that you're here.
Mm-hmm.
And the next morning at like around 7 a.m., I hear a crash in the kitchen. And Christy's like, well, that's Linus. And like, well, Linus is on the bed right now. So we go downstairs and there are trays that they're back up on the refrigerator, and they're over here, and they have been thrown onto the ground. And there is no decline to the refrigerator. There is nothing that could have made the move. It's not like the fridge vibrated for 16 years and finally they fell off. It's like, it doesn't make sense. But they did, and they fell off and they made a huge noise. And at that point, my ex-wife's stuff, because she was a hoarder, was still in the house. And I like to believe they're just like looking around like, how do we make a noise in it? They'll never know if something moved in here because this place is full of shit. And finally, they're just like, that this is what we're going to throw onto the ground. And that's really what it was. And it was pretty crazy. I mean, there is something to it. I don't believe in my opinion, Ouija boards are a portal to hell more so than like a spirit box. Everything is something as a tool that you have to be careful for. That's all it comes down to. And I wasn't careful with the Ouija board. I was reckless with the Ouija board.
Most people are.
Yeah. Which I shouldn't have been, because I know how to use Spirit Box. I open and close that correctly, but I was reckless when it came to the Ouija board.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can do this, but I'd like to hear that again one more time.
How dare you?
It sounds more like again than it does of here.
I'm hearing that, but I'm also hearing.
Let me out of there. Yes.
I was also thinking, "Let me out yet" or something like that. I know it doesn't really make sense, but almost sounds like he's saying "yet" at the end.
Right.
Let me out of there is what I hear.
Let's try it one more time.
How dare you?
Yeah, you know what? It does sound like again.
I would say, in my opinion, mostly again.
Sean
But
saying
Sean
something.
says it sounds like "let me out of there." You
Yeah.
know, that's the interesting thing about it. And we run into this with all EVPs and Spirit Box and whatever. It's open to interpretation. And I don't think anyone's wrong,
Right.
you know. But I'll tell you that with a medium I'm not going to name.
Oh,
anymore.
Irene's on.
But
Hi,
we
Irene.
did. I have a 100-year-old Ouija board, and that October, because this was in August. In October, we were here for Halloween, and we started to use that 100-year-old Ouija board.
Who is this? Because Monroe House is only an hour away from me.
Get there now.
That can't be Josh, and it's not Irene.
The board started to arc. The planchette started to arc with us between Z and O. And I am believing that she didn't know about Zozo.
Right.
I'm not 100% certain because I don't believe anything that comes from her anymore. But it was very much like we have to, and that's when I bound the board. Back when I did Ghostbox Live, you used to see a salt circle around, and that's when we bound the board at that point.
Right. Oh, I tell you, if you get to come here, bring everything you can. Is all I can tell you. But you were talking about the Ouija board. Jeremy will tell you we went to go see, and it was just dumb luck that we found it because it was almost dusk. We were going to this graveyard because we knew the medium that invented the Ouija board was
But
buried there.
she didn't. She's the one who came up with the name of it.
Maybe I got to look into that again. But yeah, she had something to do with. She was a medium. I think her brother or somebody ended up selling it to Hasbro. Anyway, I'll have to look all that up again. But finding her tombstone, I was like, you know, surely it will have a map. It'll have something. This is like huge. No, nothing. And we're driving around this probably 2 mile cemetery.
It was big.
That's huge.
Yeah, this is in Denver, and we're looking, and we stopped for, I don't remember what we stopped for. Somebody wanted to stop for something.
It
And
was.
I'm looking around. I'm like, it's right there. We got to see it, thank goodness. But it was really, really something to see because that tombstone is a Ouija board.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I just wanted to quickly show off one that was made for me by Christy, that she's making Ouija boards for people, but this is specifically with my logo on it and stuff.
Wow.
And even a little ghost kitty cat.
So I was gonna say, is that Linus?
That was supposed to be Linus on the board.
So
Is that Christy who?
Airs.
Okay. Yeah, I make them too, but mine are just so tiny. Like,
Linus.
oh, come here.
Speaking of which,
So like this, they're really little.
I love that. I love that.
that's nice.
But you know, you can't do much with those. Obviously, they're kind of a.
No, I got one about that size. If you're selling those, I'd get one of those. That's for sure.
No, I'll give it to you.
So I gotta ask, the one that you had, Greg. I mean, I liked how it had the reflective surface on it. Like, what exactly is that one made of? Is that like looked like marble almost?
It's not.
It does.
It looks like resin. I think it's resin.
Yeah, it's a glass top that Christy had etched in, and then like you see,
Okay.
it has my logo on it. Has a cat. It also has like a sound. And she does.
Sound.
I think she's still. I haven't talked to Christy in about a month, but I think she's still. I think she still is taking like anyone who wants to like get her to make one for her, and then it has a spirit box over here. This is glass, and then it's on wood.
Okay. Actually,
That's
I would
amazing.
actually buy that from her simply because, yeah, I make them, but it's not the same. And
You're so
glass
talented.
and wood, that's interesting.
Yeah, she.
Greg,
I mean, yes.
Jill said you should get those Awisha pants that David Chalmers has.
No, anything he has, I want no part of. Thank you.
No, thank you.
He's crazy.
But the thing is, it's like
Gotta love them.
when we were doing Ghostbox Live, and I put the board out there, you can't see any of it because of the way it's lit. So I was working with Christy to actually put like little like legs on just in the corners, and then we would do kind of an inverse version of this. That would be everything that's light would actually be dark, and everything dark that would be light, and then I could light it from underneath. And
What about putting like glow in the dark paint
oh yeah,
and a black light?
oh that'd be fun.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
I use that on mine sometimes.
Actually, Greg, you say all of that is etched in, right?
That's all etched. Yeah.
So you could actually probably paint into those etchings different colors and glow in the dark stuff.
I could. Now that I have it though, I'm not going to mess with it. I'd rather commission a second one from her and have her like make them, because I'm a collector. Come on, Jeremy, us and the DVDs, right? I'm a collector. And I never want to get rid of the original. I have a number of Ouija boards, and I just rather just keep them. And yeah, and I do like the idea. I love the idea of hopefully lighting it from underneath.
Yeah,
I think that'd be really cool to do so.
I do too. So send me your address, Greg, and that will be your Christmas present.
I will take you up on that.
I will actually work on that. That's an idea I had not thought of, but I will actually work on. Hi, son. Doing one, and that's really cool because with resin you could put a black light under it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll work with different aspects of that.
I think, yeah, I mean, and my stance on Ouija boards have always been that I don't see a Ouija board any different than a spirit box. It's respect, right? It's always respect about how you reach out to spirit and stuff. And I failed, and the result was that voicemail message. You know, it truly was.
That I don't think I've met anybody else who had a message that was like that. That was that profound.
That is truly ITC. That, you know, when people are like, what's ITC? You know, Spirit Box is ITC, but that voicemail, that's ITC. And Mustafa, the whole point of this, Mustafa was just like, are you kidding me? He used a couple expletives as well. And he took a copy of it just so he could show it to like Brandon Elvis and stuff, just because they said,
Now we can see Josh.
Yeah, you can see Josh.
You can't blame yourself. You can, though. I mean, you got to own up when you make mistakes. I think I personally think so. And I mean, at least when it's me, it's not for me to say when other people make mistakes, but I can certainly say as a seasoned paranormal investigator, I should have known better. And there was something about me in August of 2019 that was like, I need to start using a Ouija board. And it was like overwhelming. And I bought a number of them. And one of them was a Hasbro one. And the other one was the 100-year-old Ouija board that it is what it is. And that's okay. You know, and I lived with it. And some of you may have seen that I did a whole ceremony to clean off that 100-year-old Ouija board back in July. I think it was July, something like that. And I'll tell you, I never even thought about it till now. My depression that I've had from December till January kind of went away at that point. There was something about that.
Yeah, I bet.
Joe, yeah, I'm feeling better now. It was I was having one of those migraines earlier, so that's why I was a couple minutes later to the show. I was resting up, so I'm doing a lot better. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I really think some of us, as a matter of fact, like if you come out here, we also have Stanley Hotel, which
I've never
I'm
been to.
ashamed to admit
Never
I've
been
never
there?
been there.
It's
I-
worth the drive over there.
Oh, it is, and I went there like over 15, like well over almost 15 years ago. I was like 13 when we went to go check it out.
Were
I
you
was
into it at that point, Nick?
What's that?
Were you into all this stuff at that point?
mhm.
Yeah, I actually was. I started when I was 12, and this was one of my first places I went to. So this was during my early days of studying the paranormal. At that time, it was my interest in the subject was still relatively in its infancy. So like when we went to the Stanley Hotel, I didn't really I didn't have all the knowledge and history about the places I do now. So
Mhm.
again, at that time, it was still in its infancy. My interest was still in its infancy, but that was one of the first places I ever went to.
So
We have that. We have, which I'm ashamed to, well, not really. I thought it was overdone. So I was like, yeah, it's because of the book. I'm not paying that kind of money to go in there. I'm just
Yeah.
not.
it's a very
Even
fair
back then when we went, it was like 2006 that we went.
Mhm.
Oh my God, the prices were just insane. So
Yep.
not only was it like that now, it was back then. I even remember my dad said it must have costed like, even if we stayed just one night at that hotel,
Right.
it had to have been like, I think it must have been like $700, $800 just to stay one night at that place. It was
Oh, I don't think so.
Stay there is 235.
I was
I
gonna say, yeah, I don't think so.
But
or wait,
Um,
maybe I'm getting that mixed up with another place. But either way, it was expensive as hell. As much as I really wanted to stay, we just didn't have the money to stay because we were actually staying in a condo in Colorado, but there was just no way we could afford it. We did get to check out the building. We just didn't stay. We just didn't get to stay the night.
right.
One-
And I don't know how many of y'all know Mimi.
That's it.
Mimi Black was
Yep.
there
Yep.
2-3 weeks ago. And oh, hey, Linus. But she's got pictures, which I wish I would have sent to
Why?
Jeremy or Nick or one of you. There is a face that is clear as a bell. And it's in a glass, not a mirror, a glass. And then she shows the next picture. She's up on the landing. And you can see what is there. There was nothing that could have caused that kind of reflection.
Send it.
Normally, I look at a picture and go, well, I don't know what's behind it that could have caused something to look like that. Well, she took both angles and it was unreal. So now I'm intrigued. I want to go. But yeah, I want to get as many people here as we can. Not like all at one time, of course, because that becomes convoluted and crazy.
I can see Pete too.
Do what?
No, I was saying now
Pete.
we can see Pete as well because he was also a Facebook user earlier.
Yeah. He
Oh.
must have switched from the Universal page to the network page.
And Jill, I just got to say this quickly for Jill. I've also been to the Hotel Del Coronado as well, but that was the place that was more expensive than
I have
Stanley.
to.
That was it. And again, we got to visit the
Yeah.
location, but we couldn't stay. And again, that was like, 15 years ago. I was like 14 or 15 when we checked it out.
Yeah.
Here's the thing though, if we went to the Stanley or in the Stanley area, relatively speaking, we're not too terribly far from Deadwood.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Stanley
That's where
is
we should go.
an hour, Jeremy, right? About an hour?
Deadwood?
No, it's like about 6, isn't it? Something like that.
No, the Stanley is an
Oh,
hour
I-
from
I'm
us.
sorry. Yeah, okay.
Oh, from you. Just over an hour. Just
Okay.
over an hour.
I knew it was snowing when you got there, but there's also what I'd love to do. There's 2 things I'd love to do. One is Deerfield. It's here in Greeley. It was the first, and I hope we don't get banned for this. Facebook is so crazy anymore. It's the first Black community that was put up around here. And what they did was, after they were released from being slaves, they gave them this piece of land, thinking they were like animals, that they couldn't make it. And they thrived. They did an amazing job, and most of the buildings are still standing. They really don't talk much about it, but now in Denver, the Black History Museum has it. And before they got it, we were going to talk to them. You know, I would do ghost tours there. I would let people have my equipment, use it, teach them how to use it, whatever, to make money for that place, because I think it needs saved. Now, if the Black History Society has it, it will be saved, so it's okay. But that's one place I'd like to go. And another one is all these ghost towns. There's so many mining ghost towns right here by us that have stories that are unreal.
Jill's asking, you want to see isn't that the picture that I used in my slideshow, Jill? The one by the ghost girl by the stairs? Because I thought I might have used that for my slideshow on one of my episodes of Nick Files.
I don't think I did, Jill.
Remind me, Jill, because I know I did use a photograph like that.
Yeah, but you did that months ago, though.
Well, the only problem is Jill didn't say a specific date, so
yeah,
that's why I'm asking, because I know I found several photographs of stuff that occurred on the stairway, so I'm not sure if that's the same one or what.
it probably is. Now, the people that are watching, you know, most of y'all I know, but anybody who wants to come here, you won't have to worry about food. You won't have to worry about bed, room, board.
Brad said this
You're
already.
staying with me, but I do want as many people as we can get that are reputable, not this garbage that wants to fake stuff. That's, if I even know somebody fakes something, we're not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, there's a lot of reputable people that I think could connect with a lot of things. And just like Waverly, they can make a story. You know, not one of us can make the whole story, but you know, a little bit of everybody can connect the story. And I believe that's how it works. That's just me.
Thanks, Southern. He was saying that he shared the video on his messenger.
No, thank you.
Share it everywhere.
Yeah, share it as much as you like. What's this? Oh, this is the image that Joe was talking about.
Is it the one you shared, Nick?
I'm gonna look that up just a sec. I got to go on actual Facebook because for some reason when you click on comments, you aren't able to like highlight.
Okay.
So I got to go on the.
Bill, can you send that to one of our messengers?
Oh,
yeah,
that's
if you could
interesting.
send that to me.
I just
Jill,
put it in
that
your
would be-
browser. Just copy that link and put it in your browser.
Well, no, see,
That's
when I
interesting.
when I click on it, like this shows up, but I can't
Okay.
actually hold on to and drag it and highlight it like I
Okay.
normally would.
Here, I can show you all real fast.
All right.
Let me see here. Here you go.
Jill just sent it to me. But yeah, if you want to still show us, yep, that's the one. I use that in my slideshow.
Oh yeah, I've seen that picture before.
I know that picture. Yeah, that
Wow.
was what I presented. It's a pretty interesting photo. I think that might be the
It is.
most recent ghost photo that was taken at the hotel. So yeah, I did
That's
use that one.
amazing.
It's an
I'm
incredible.
going to probably have to get off here to do it, and then I'll get back on. But I'm going to send those two pictures that Mimi Black did, and I will give her all the credit in the world. She's amazing. I love that woman. But this picture was just it. I hate to say that I thought, oh yeah, it's just overdone, and didn't give it a chance because I didn't pay attention. But this one is amazing. I'm going to send it to who's running it? Jeremy, Nick?
Both me and Jeremy.
Okay. Let me see if I can send this without messing up. All right. Hold on.
And there she goes.
Well, she said she was going to get off briefly, but she said she would come right back on.
Well, she was going to try to do it without it kicking her off.
I wish I knew about these other pictures that she's referring to. I mean, I don't know exactly when Mimi took them, but if I known about these photos, I probably would have added them to my slideshow, and I would have.
It was just there a couple weeks ago.
Oh, it was a few weeks ago. So this was a few months after I did my presentation on
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I was there. I went there when I left Adrian's house. I'm telling you, that place. Here's.
Yep, she just messaged me too.
Yeah. All right, so I am going to save these onto the computer.
I'm going to save these too because, again, these could be. I'll check with Mimi first.
I'm going to be right back.
I'll ask her at some point if
All right.
borrow those for the slideshow.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah, we got the pictures. All right.
I sent them to both of you.
All right, let's see here. Nope.
What the hell is going on upstairs?
I was hearing those noises too. Like, what the hell is that?
Apparently, somebody thinks they need to run up there. Okay, yeah, that was the first one taken. She did not see this until it was a lot later.
Was it right here? This one?
No, down below.
Yeah, because
Yep,
I was trying
right
to
there.
search. Oh, yeah. It's kind of hard to say though. Looks like
It is.
It is. But look at the next one.
the next photograph because that looks more like
She's
almost
up
like
on the
condensation.
staircase.
All we're seeing is black right now. By the same
Yep.
window.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, that's the one you can see something. The other one is her standing there.
But this one here sort of looks like one of them baby dolls.
Right. But if you look at the other one where she's up on the stairs, there is no doll. You can see all of it there.
Any possibility we could zoom that in just a little bit more? Jill's asking.
Yeah, that's the
Oh my
one she caught
God.
something in.
Yeah, now that you say that, okay, now you could really see it. Wow, because I could see like a torso and kind of a head.
Yeah. And the next one, it's not there. Like she went up on the stairs, you could see everything that was down there. There was no dolls, there was no humans, there was no nothing.
Jill was just saying I could still add this to my slideshow for another revisit to the Stanley Hotel for future episodes since I showed other pictures of stuff going on the staircase.
Yeah, see, she was up there and it's not there.
Yeah. Jill's asking if that's Annabelle.
Yeah, it's definitely creepy. She is she's a really good medium. She doesn't say it. She doesn't brag about it. You have to actually go with her. She loves to do abandoned places. She's gotten to go under the tunnels in Denver, which I'm going to go do. Of course, you know, Nick did the park in Denver that still has all the bodies there.
Yep.
Cheeseman Park.
Cheeseman Park, yeah.
Even without the story of the bodies and everything, that park is just amazing to go through.
It is. It's beautiful. I love it. That's the only time I was ever there was with you, but yeah, I liked it.
I saw it recently on
That structure there, right there on top of the hill.
yeah.
Because at the bottom of that structure, in front of it, they have places where there used to be 3 fountains there, but it's all dry now. But they used to have 3 fountains there, and inside I don't know what you would call it, but you could see in through the grate, and there was a basement down there.
Yeah, it was strange. Like it's almost not even a basement. It's almost like they should be able to change lights or do something down there, but it was really creepy, like a dungeon looking.
I was going to say like a dungeon.
Not good.
So, actually, I'm not sure if you knew this, Adrian, but recently Cheeseman Park was just featured on Most Terrifying Places. So I don't know if you saw the segment for that yet, or
I didn't.
yeah, I think it was about a year or so ago. they've added it to it, but it's got to be the first time I think any of the Travel Channel shows show Cheeseman Park, at least as far as I'm aware.
There was something that featured Cheeseman Park that you guys showed me. It wasn't Scariest Places, but it was on something else. I think it might have been one of the local shows there just for that area.
Yeah.
May I share a picture with you?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Because I was inspired by what Adrian was showing, and I haven't shared this before. I've shared it to people in person, but I haven't shared it like in front of a lot of people. And this was from Villisca. And so wondering if you all will see if I can get this right. Here we go. Notice the eyes. This was taken a picture on facing a mirror, taking a picture at a mirror at Villisca.
This is going to be interesting.
Do you see the human eyes?
I do
Yeah.
like eyes.
There's two
Yeah,
of
they're
them.
like kind of far apart almost.
Yep.
That's a lot of eyes.
There's a lot of eyes when you
Yeah.
when you focus in on it, when all the little things around it, it turns out to be eyes.
Oh
But
my God.
The two big ones.
I
there.
can count 7 just real quick.
What I'm seeing is right there in the middle, and it looks like one of those things where somebody takes a picture of the same pair of eyes and then shift them over, and then flatten that image where it looks like you got two pairs of eyes, almost one right on top of the other.
This was all. I mean, I was there. This was taken from not an iPhone, but an SLS, or not SLS, SLR, and it was I mean, this thing is, and we got a lot of interesting stuff that night. But yeah, that was a pretty crazy one. And yeah, the picture was taken at the Villisca X murder house downstairs. No, this was upstairs in the parents' room, actually.
Do you have a picture that's zoomed out from it?
I do not, and that is a very fair question, and I do not.
Okay.
Joshua says you can see the predominant eyes, I guess. Or
I take that as the predominant eyes as well, but maybe he means something else. And the problem was that we're taking a lot of pictures, and there was a lot of pareidoia that night. I don't feel this is pareidoia personally.
Well, the one eye looks like almost looks like a flash right in the center of the pupil. You know how
about the one where there's like kind of two, the one to the left.
Well, you won't be able to see it with my
The one on the right is certainly more defined.
Yeah, that's the first one I saw.
The one on the left looks almost like it's kind of split almost in a way.
Like a double.
Yeah, like a double exposure.
If you look at it, if you move back from it, you can almost see a nose in between those eyes.
Yeah, you can. That's true. I can see that now.
It's a little milky, but you can almost see that shape.
It's like a little triangle between where the eyes are. Like there's like kind of like a triangle-like shape. So I know exactly where you're going with this.
Yeah.
See, Jill says, I feel like it's what we see when you do your ghost box sessions, and there's many people surrounding, waiting for their turn to.
Yeah.
For their
Yeah,
turn
exactly.
to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and the funny thing about that is, and I don't have to keep this up any longer if you don't want it up there. It's interesting because when I was talking with Jennifer and Shannon, it's the idea. Sometimes we'll get the energy. I'll feel the energy like right here when someone's like, "Can Grandma Jane come through?" And it's like they may not come through spirit box, but I can certainly feel them right here. And I'll say that it's like she was a very strong person, wasn't she? And they'll be like, "Yep," but they're not coming through spirit box.
Yeah.
They don't want to come through spirit box.
Yeah.
It
Well,
seems
just like the
that's
whole show,
good stuff at the time.
the last 15 minutes, you've had somebody on your left. It's a female. And I don't know what you just said, but I'm getting Janine.
Oh, interesting. because I was going to, because when I say like grandma this or uncle that, I always use names that I just make up, and I was going to use one with a J name, funny
Yeah.
enough, and I didn't. That's really actually very funny. Maybe not to Janine, but
Yeah. Maybe not.
I gotta say, I mean, just looking at that picture, I mean, I don't know what it is, but it's like it's kind of this peaceful vibe almost to it. It just like with all the light reflecting, it resembles like sparkles in a way. It's just like there's something so peaceful looking at. I don't find it creepy at
It is.
all.
It's not scary.
It looks, honestly, I mean, I don't know what anyone else it almost looks kind of beautiful almost. It's like a painting.
That's such a unique perspective because we had such a rough night there that when we saw this, we're just like, get us the F out of here. You know, I mean, it was, and I'm not saying that we're right in that. You know, that's the funny thing. It's like when you have a difficult night, nothing comes across as good, even though it might meant to be good. Like when I got back to the car that night that we went 24 hours without eating. It was ridiculous. I got back to my car because we carpooled, and that's a whole other story. Got back to my car, opened up my car, nothing but sweet smell of flowers in the car. When I got in the car for like the next 24 hours, where did that come from? It freaked me out. But the thing is, we all know if you're smelling flowers, you're smelling good fragrances. That's not bad. That's good. That's meant to help you. But I was so freaked out from my experience of Villisca that night that nothing would have calmed me, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
On the right side of this picture, just to the right of that right eye, there's like a smudge looking thing that looks like the shape of a figure.
Yep.
Yeah, I just noticed that
mark. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. What is that? Do you know?
I do not know. You know, with my focus has always been on the eyes. But you know, I cannot possibly comment on anything other than that because now it's history. So anything else that I could say, you know, would need doesn't have anything to back it up. You know what I mean?
How long ago was this picture taken?
2014.
Oh wow, so this was almost 10 years ago.
Yep, it was a long time.
I gotta say again, another vibe I'm picking up again just by the appearance of it with the eyes. Where did you say this was taken again? Which part of the house?
Murder house.
Well, I know it was the house. Where exactly in the house again?
I'm sorry, it was up. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was up in the parents' bedroom. Every room had a mirror in it, but I believe this was up in the parents' bedroom.
It looks almost more. Again, I don't know why, but it almost looks more like this was taken like outside. Again, it just has that nighttime sky look because again, all the lights and stuff, they look like stars. It almost looks like space in a way.
Yeah, I get that. This was also the room that, you know, we went up there and we were all like, we checked the mirrors, like there wasn't any new smudges, and we came back upstairs at one point and there was a handprint on the mirror there was 4 of us. And that you have to believe, if everyone said, nope, we did not put the handprint on the mirror, that we're going to believe, but there was a handprint that we could not account for.
Wasn't this about the same time that Shar had her experience there?
Shar's was in 2011.
Okay.
Josh says, does anybody else see toes or big feet?
Where
I guess if you back it up.
Trying to see where he's going with that, but I think that's due to the smudges that's on that mirror.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question for everybody and the audience. What do y'all feel about mirrors being portals?
That's what Jill was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, honey, I didn't even see.
She said that before. It's similar to a portal, how I see them.
I think it could be possible because I've tried doing the mirror scrying a couple times, but nothing happened.
I mean, I definitely think it's possible that they could act as portals because I've heard and for the longest time I just thought this was the stuff of movies, but now I realize that, you know, maybe there is some truth to it. But they supposedly say, like, if someone was, like, it was said to, I guess, die in front of a mirror, or, you know, whatever the case is, that spirit is trapped in the mirror itself. Now, that doesn't mean, obviously, that they're able to leave the mirror at will and check out, you know, wherever they're haunted, but apparently they're now attached to this mirror. So I can kind of see in some way that I guess for some reason they act as portals, apparently. That's what I've heard.
Okay. Greg?
I mean, as we saw, maybe mirrors make it more easy to become portals, perhaps. But as we saw with your walkthrough of your house, and a number of us have detailed possibly that corner in that red room being a portal, I think that portals can be made anywhere. Yeah. And I think that as our human understanding of things, and I think we can put that across a lot of different areas of paranormal, because we are not evolved enough to understand that there are no constraints to anything, that, like, well, we can see reflection back in mirrors and whatnot. I feel like that it's easy to say that mirrors are portals, but it's very clear that anything can really be a portal. I think a portal can exist wherever it needs to exist.
Right.
There are no confinements to it.
I agree with that. My thing is, maybe intention could make a portal. Yes. Now, for years, and every time I tell this story, somebody's got to be nasty. I promise you, it had nothing to do with nasty. So let's get that out of the way right now. My headboard was a mirror. I had a mirror across, which was the dresser. Then I had just a decorative mirror on one side of the bedroom and another one on the other side, which was like a makeup stand. Mm-hmm. 4 mirrors facing each other. And not one thing in that house ever happened. Nothing. Now, if I would have sat there and, you know, maybe invoke something, okay, maybe it could have happened, but it didn't. So I think it's intention, or maybe where you got the mirror from. If it was from an estate or something that somebody was attached to, okay, yeah, it might happen. But most of the portals I've seen are not mirrors. They are, like you said, that corner. They are in a closet. They're outside.
To me, it's that same sort of thing where someone's like, well, this place can't be haunted because someone didn't die here. That has no bearing on anything.
Right.
You know,
a statement like that is impossible to be able to verify, because every land has thousands and thousands of years worth of history to it, whether we were there or not. Just because America wasn't discovered until 1492, supposedly, that doesn't mean there hasn't been 5,000 years worth of people here.
Sure.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
How many of us get cavemen as EVPs, or, you know, anything way back then? Why not? Why aren't we? You know, that's a question that I've always. Why are they over it?
I've always thought to myself, because people have asked me this over time, and someone said to me recently at one of the ghost stories, actually, that they're like, well, once you die, you get opened up to everything. I personally don't believe that. I personally believe that the purpose of existing in any sort of environment is that you're always, when you go to the next level, there's more things to learn, and then you get to a next level and there's more things to learn.
Right.
And I feel like that's why we don't hear from cavemen or anything that's really, quite honestly, in my opinion, over like 200, 300 years, when I'm thinking of spirit box communication. Doesn't mean I'm right, but it's a theory that, there's a certain point that history always will get buried. History is always relative. Even though history is like, oh, that's the past, there's so much of it, it's only relative to a certain amount of people. And I think that's what happens with spirit communication as well.
At least somebody's like, that's the most valid thing I've heard, because nobody's willing to even take a guess. They're like, I don't know.
I mean, I've been in the UK using Spirit Box. I've been in UK many a times. I was at a place called Alexandra Palace, which is the birthplace. I mean, amongst many things, it was the birthplace of BBC television. And I was down in the basement, and I just pull out a K2, and there's no electricity down there, and starts going crazy. And the people with me, we're doing a tour of British television, and my K2 is going off, and they're like, "What the F is going on here?" And they're freaking out. And that's from the 1800s. I go to a place where there's stones, like not Stonehenge, but like Stonehenge, and there's stones, and I'm doing a Spirit Box session. I'm getting nothing.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's because history does get buried even in spirit realm.
Yeah. I mean, I've been watching, and I'm real intrigued with this because I said it last time. I've been watching near-death experiences on Netflix. I turn it on because I work from home. It's noise. As soon as I get a call, I have to mute it. But everybody's experience is different. Why? Is it what they believe? Is it a different lifetime for them, so they go on somewhere else? Is it, like the theories are just endless.
It is. May I put forward my theory?
Go ahead.
Which you can all easily laugh away. But how many of you have woken up, say that your alarm goes off at 7 a.m. and you wake up at 6:56 and you're like, oh my God, it's time to wake up. And then you fall asleep and you have like a dream that lasts, it seems like 4 hours.
Yeah.
And how do you have a 4-hour dream in 4 minutes? And
Here recently, yes, all the time.
I have heard that every dream, no matter how long or how brief it may be, in reality is only 7 seconds long.
Isn't that something? And my point is when you are about ready to die, and I'm not saying that obviously we're all here and we believe in an afterlife of some kind, but what if perhaps those near-death experiences are just your brain taking a dream, and that your dream is like suddenly you are above your body, and it lasts for like 15 minutes, but in fact it lasted for like maybe a minute before you were brought back to life.
Right. And that's funny because there's a lady, I don't know how many of y'all know her. She goes by CPS Unsolved, something like that. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. FBI.
FBI Unsolved. Yes, there we go. Yeah. Anyway, she's actually a friend of mine, and I can't even think tonight. But she is doing. The college has actually allowed her to use equipment, do things to check brain waves, because some people's theory was that others said it was like brain lack of oxygen, but they proved that's not true. So, or medication, like some of them are over medicated because they're fixing to go. But how does that account for what they see when somebody's, over their body trying to, they're working on them and they know exactly what was said, exactly what happened, and then they were sucked away somewhere else and told, it's not your time, go back.
Yeah.
There's just so many. And one of my friends, and I've told this story so many times, but I don't understand. One of my friends was dead for 10 minutes. We all know the brain is not going to function after 10 minutes. It's not. You're dead, you're gone, it's done.
Right.
But he came back a functioning person. And he tells me, he said, you need to stop chasing ghosts. I said, excuse me? He said, you need to stop messing with things you don't know anything about. He said, you are fucking with things you shouldn't be. I said, what are you talking about? So he tells me, he said, when I died, I was in what looked like a spaceship. There was 3 beings there that were like 8 foot tall. And there was no communication with words. It was all telepathic, which makes sense to me because that's how we communicate with the dead usually. So like, so what'd they say? He said, I'm going to tell you something and you're not going to like it. He said, when you are in that state, you don't have feelings about, I miss my family or I want to go back. He said, there's nothing, just nothing. He says, so stop looking forward to whatever it is you're looking forward to. He said, what if whatever's around you right now doesn't really exist? I said, what the hell's wrong with you? He said, just think about it. And he's into the alien theories and all that. And he said, whatever's here doesn't really exist. Stop screwing with dimensions you know nothing about. You will never come back. Those words always stuck with me. Of course, I didn't stop screwing with things, but that's like, oh,
This.
wait.
That is actually interesting because Adrian, I have a friend who had a dream about being in an incubation center on a alien spaceship, and they were in water. The children, black eyes, were in waters,
Mm-hmm.
and he tried to save one, and they're like, "You do not mess with stuff you do not understand." And he woke up from that dream, and I don't know how long later, and I'd love to get him on to one of my shows or something, that he had another dream where the kids were older.
Oh,
And they're still on the spaceship. And I thought, well, maybe it's a dream or not. And I wish I remember who it was. There was somebody who was either in my friends list or something else, talked about having a very similar dream.
yeah.
And you got to wonder, dreams on spaceships, dreams on, because I don't believe they're dreams. I believe that there's stuff that we are, when we're in our sleeping state, that's when spirits come to us, and that's when anyone who needs to talk to us comes to us.
Right.
And I think that, what is this? I'm not part of this. I don't think I'm part of this at all, but my friend John was, and whoever else was, and who knows how many other people were.
Yep. Yeah. I always remembered that. I will never forget what he said. And then you see all those videos about the Matrix, the glitch in the Matrix. I'm
Absolutely.
Yeah.
like, ooh, maybe he knows something. But then again, you have to think about all the other people that have had those experiences that are different. So I don't know.
I think it's very valid. I think it's very interesting.
Joe says we just need better understanding.
A friend of mine about this is that when we pass on, where we go, in terms of sticking around here and haunting, what if the plane that we go, there is no linear time, and
Right.
we can basically be wherever we want at any point in time?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I died when I had my accident. Is it possible that I could have been haunting a place where people were investigating 20 years ago and talking with them at that point 20 years ago?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I think it's just interesting.
Well, when I was working on
John's
developing a
by the way.
TV show, and I was working with producers, one of my concepts was, can we go to a location that knows that was active and bring in people who had experiences 20 years ago, people who had experiences some not just within the last year, but within a significant amount of time. Can we bring them in who they can give us some sort of recordings or something to say that they did have some sort of interaction? Can we bring them in and see if spirit can recognize these people and kind of pick up that sort of like I remember you? Because I agree, Jeremy, is time even linear? I mean, is this something that we think that 10 years is something, but in fact to them it's like minutes?
Yeah.
Right. So Sean said this, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw this earlier. He's enjoying this right now. It's his first time watching it.
Glad to have you on here, Sean. We are on here every Thursday night from 8 to at least 10 Eastern time.
But
And Sean, it's not always this calm. So Greg has actually made us calm down for tonight. Usually, my mouth is
I was just gonna say it's not gonna be as good because I won't be on again probably afterwards. But anytime you all want me on, I'd love to be on because I love just chatting. I don't need to be a guest or anything. I just love chatting about this stuff.
Well, Brad, Greg, I have to admit, like a show like the show like we do before yours, Fear Fans, that's kind of been like an open mic show. So even though there's some nights where you can't do your show, we've always left the door open for you as well if you ever wanted to come on.
I thought about that, but there isn't anything. I mean, I'm not a big movie person as much. I mean, I haven't seen a movie yet that you all have been talking about. So that's why I haven't joined in. But if you ever want to talk about the Care Bears movie, I will definitely be able to be on that and talk about that. And
you need to make a horror movie about Linus.
Thank you. I could talk about Angry Bear. I don't even know their names. I mean, I really don't know who the bears are.
I don't know, but I do know. Joshua, it's nice seeing you again. I haven't seen you in a while. Miss you. Anytime you want on, come on.
There you go. There's a movie for you, Greg.
I teared up in the original Disney. I mean, obviously Disney is not the original Winnie the Pooh because A.A. Milne did the original Winnie the Pooh. But when Christopher Robin says to Winnie the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh says to Christopher Robin, "Am I ever going to see you again?" from the 1960s animation, I teared up about that. You think I'm really going to see this horror film about Winnie the Pooh? I mean,
I am.
Well, you guys, because you're monsters. I'm not a monster like you are, Jeremy. I mean, I don't have eye patches and shit.
I don't want to see it either.
I'm just,
Can you imagine if they made if they showed that in the original series, and then, it went from there to the movie version of the guy killing people?
So we have Winnie the Pooh, the horror movie. We had the Banana Splits horror movie.
We did.
Horror movie coming out if it's not out yet. We've already had the crossover of Scooby-Doo with Supernatural, which I thought that was done really, really well. I am waiting on Charlie Brown.
Oh, geez. Here we go again with Charlie.
Because when you think about it, Charlie Brown has all the signs of snapping and being really, really insane. He has all the signs of it.
I mean, who else reads those comics and just be like, just take the ball from Lucy, for God's sake. I mean,
she's going to be
so much shit from these people.
I'm telling you now, she's going to be the first victim. She's going to pull that ball back one too many times, and next thing you know, off with her head.
Yep, next thing you know, you hear a gunshot. I mean,
take her head off.
Come on now. We already learned in our lifetime that all these nursery rhymes were awful. They were about death. They were about terrible things.
Yeah.
We don't need to know none of the rest of it. No, leave some innocence in this world.
Well,
That and
Willy Wonka.
a
Oh my
lot of the
God,
children stories that we know that we grew up with, they were Disney-sized from actual horror stories.
Yep.
Oh yeah. And
Yes, and each one of them, if you will look, each one of them have some kind of a psychotic, I don't know, they have a diagnosis of some kind that we don't want.
Well, I think the thing about Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, for in particular, that Brad had brought up, I mean, it doesn't hide the fact that it just leaves you, allows you to come to your own conclusions of how horrible that film actually is.
Okay, so since I'm fixing to get off here, Brad, we don't listen to Brad. Let's get that straight right now. We don't listen to Brad.
No,
Well,
he's right. Willy Wonka is actually a pretty shitty film as far as horror is concerned.
What's that, Greg?
Willy Wonka, first of all, Grandpa, who decided not to work for the last 30 years, is suddenly like, oh, I got the golden ticket. Yeah, okay, I can walk again. Not only walk, but dance while they were sitting in poverty. You know, and then, you know, the fact that children are being turned into giant grapes and exploding, you know, I mean, yes, no, I mean, Brad is very right on this, and that we should
Do
actually
not
did.
give him a big head. He's not
Well,
right. Ever? No.
If you
Brad's a peep.
Wonka,
Brad's a peep. Of course I'm gonna give
hey,
him
it really is a horror movie. It's just not presented as one.
I
because
thought
when
you
you
were
did
about
that-
ready to say he's a whore.
Well,
No,
no, what I was gonna say is if you kind of look at that movie very carefully, you know, it may be all family related and funny, but at the same time, there really kind of is a dark side to that movie because you
Super
have basically this factory that's like every child's dream, but it also punishes the kids because a lot of them are bad.
where they die.
Yeah.
They do not live. There are children who I mean, they can't make a film like this anymore, and that's what makes it pretty incredible, quite honestly.
Yep.
More
Okay,
children
guys,
need to
I
die
gotta
in
get
film.
off here. I gotta take care of a kid, and a husband. Anyway, y'all, Greg, thank you for coming on. I love talking to you. You are welcome here anytime, and I want you to send me your address because
will.
I'm going to send that to you.
I will. Thank you very much, and I hope I didn't impede on your shows tonight.
Absolutely not. You were awesome. I enjoyed having you.
Tonight was a wing it show.
It was,
great.
and it was
That's
fun.
why I thought I would offer myself up for sacrifice. So
It's always fun. Just okay,
Yep.
open mic. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I love it.
Mhm.
So, okay. I'll see y'all next week. Jeremy, I want to see that story.
The one that I'm currently writing.
Uh-huh.
Let me tell you this: the name of the story, as of right now, is Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
Jeremy, I got a story I got to send you too. By the way, it's not one that I wrote, but it's actually I'll send it to all you guys. It's Christmas horror related.
Okay,
You guys are ruining Christmas. Stop it till after Christmas. Don't do that.
that's the whole point. This book that I'm writing right now for that is called The 12 Nightmares of Christmas.
It's not 12 days yet.
Oh,
No. We can't do that right now. No.
Well,
All
it's
right, y'all.
Christmas, but it'll still be 12 nightmares, though.
There will. I've been having nightmare. I don't know. Maybe it's because Colorado allows marijuana. I probably shouldn't even be saying this on here.
Brad's asking does
But-
he include one ex-wife.
it better not.
You know,
No, Brett.
I can't smoke it. I can't, but I can damn sure eat them gummies. And by the time I wake
Gummy
up,
bears.
I'm having dreams about little bitty pigs I'm feeding. I don't even know. So yeah.
Maybe one of these days I'll write a story about little bitty gummy bears going around terrorizing people.
See, there you go.
Before you do that, you need to watch 2 segments that I did on the crazy show before this one. They were all about gummy bears.
Yep.
I remember those segments. I was remember.
That doesn't exist, I promise. But anyway, yeah.
I have them shows on the computer.
Oh my gosh. All right, y'all. Good
You're
night. Thank you all.
So
You were
good to see
awesome. I will see y'all later. Greg, please send me your address.
I will. Thank you. Whoa.
All right. Good night, guys.
All right, Adrian. So there's little bitty gummy bears running around in the Goosebumps movie. I don't remember. It's
I
been
don't
a-
remember that either.
I am writing a Christmas horror story. I just wrote 4,000 words today for that, which was a lot.
A
Oh my
lot of
gosh,
words.
4,000
Sure
words.
is.
Yeah. I'm only 17 or 18 pages into it, and I'm just now getting to the good part.
the story I'm going to send you guys. I mean, I'll send it to you shortly. It's actually from one of my other Scary Stories tribute books from Scary Stories, a tribute to terror. It's a story called Christmas Creatures. It's just like a minute and a half story, but it's not recorded by me though. All right, now what did Brad just send us?
How did those recorded those stories go for you, Nick?
How do they go for me when I record them?
I mean, did people like what we were doing?
I heard I know quite a number of people. I mean, I was hoping to get a much more big, following. I mean, maybe not as big as I thought I was going to, but I heard a lot of people really liked it.
Good.
So it was quite a success. And like I said before, we are going to make another project like this next year. And I might have already said this before, in case Greg, if you're interested, if you want to do another one, we're actually going to be focusing on doing the third book next instead of the second, because again, correct me if I said this, but they actually made an audio book already for the second one. So so it's not necessary to do the second one. We're just going to go right to the third, though it should be noted though that these stories are going to be a little bit more trickier than the first ones, because the stories are a little bit longer, unlike the first book where the stories were 1, 2, maybe 3 pages long. These stories are now going to be about, I would say, anywhere between 3 to 6 pages long. So they're going to be a little bit more trickier than the first one.
And Brad, thank you for bursting my bubble.
What are you going to say, Greg?
He sent me the clip of the gummy bears from Goosebumps 2. Now, I'm more familiar with the first Goosebumps movie, not so much with the second one. So that's why I
didn't know there was more than one Goosebumps.
I didn't know either.
Yeah, there's 2.
But what were you going to say, though, Greg?
I was just going to say that, I mean, if you thought that what I did for your first audiobook was worthwhile, then I'd be happy to take part in the second one.
Yeah. What I'm also going to do too is, I'm going to have a majority of those that took part in it back in this again, but I would like to try to get some other, individuals in that didn't get to have the chance of being in the first one.
Is that code for, well, Greg, you were good enough for the first one, but not great for the second one?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm
not saying that.
trying to understand the lay of the land here. That's all.
Well, you know what? I'm actually, honestly, and Jeremy, I haven't even told you this, but there might even be a possibility I might be doubling it up, meaning that we actually might eventually do 2 books, because there's that other secondary series that was made, Nightmare Society, which is the more graphic stories.
It's more like, I love your work, babe, but you're just not what we're looking for.
Honestly, if you want me in the second project, I promise to give it to you before the day before it's due. I'll try to be a little bit more respectful of your time as well.
Joshua, no, writing a book is not easy, but something that I am finding is that as soon as I get a couple sentences going, then it's like I'm seeing the story in front of me, so it makes it easier to write. It's like I'm watching a movie, I'm trying to describe everything. It's hard to start it, but once you do get it started, then it seems like it's almost like it's writing itself.
See, it's funny how these audiobooks that I'm trying to, these future ones I'm trying to put together. I actually just sent a whole collection of one of the other audiobooks to, I told you about him before, Jeremy Kurt Tuckfield. He was the one who did Tribute to Terror. I finally had a chance to send the audiobook series for his book to him, but again, they weren't recorded by me. They were recorded by AJ Dana, and even Adam Hef TV recorded some of them. So because he did a few, it was not necessary to edit those stories out, because he put the sound effects and music in. So I sent them to him just last night, and because I added the sound effects and music to that audiobook, he loved it. So that's what inspired me. I think eventually when I worked on that particular series, I just decided, as difficult as it is, I actually enjoy making these audiobooks. So even though the first one wasn't recorded by me, it was something that I decided to give a shot. and now we got a couple audiobooks out.
Well, you know, the thing too, Nick, is that I mean, I know you know this, is that what you're doing is you're bringing people together, and I mean, whether or not they work together while recording stuff, you are bringing people together, and that is just something that isn't seen in paranormal that often.
Right. Well, in the end, I mean, I wasn't even when I was starting to put this in early development, I even thought to myself, it's going to take a long time to work on. And indeed it did, but it took a lot. It ended up being a lot shorter than I expected, because I was expecting that we were going to still be working on it by next year. But no, we got it done between the months of November, between the months of March all the way up till I think September or early October. No, September. It had to be September. So we definitely did a good job, and then basically got it completed in half the time expected.
Well, I just know that you're like, send me a note. You're like, Greg, we want to release this tomorrow. Can you please record your story? And then the next day it wasn't out.
What were you going to say, Jeremy?
You're just going to have to bring out that whip.
You do. You really do.
Okay, why is Don sending me a link to the show for tomorrow night? It's on my own stream. I don't need the link.
Yeah, I don't know why. Did he send that to... No, he didn't send it to me.
Yeah, he sent it to me, but it's under my own account.
Yeah, but it's under your own account, and I have told them that when you send these links out, send them on the day of the show. Don't wait a day or so.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to send the link out if it's you and me. For other people, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just funny. Speaking of which, tomorrow on Fear Fans, we're going to be talking about Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Yep.
Yeah, and I just got done watching 1 and 2 last night, and I am currently in the middle of the reboot / inspired by a different story.
They were all different stories. It was basically an anthology series. They had no connection to the first one whatsoever.
Nick, may I make a recommendation, please?
What's that?
For your show, I want to come on and talk about Salem's Lot.
Yeah, that's a good one. Definitely, we'll have you on for Salem's Lot. That's
because Salem's Lot I saw when I was 4 years old. And
I'll bet that scared the shit out of you. Then.
It exactly has done that, and I mean, I know that people look at it now and they're like, well, it should be tighter. It should be. I think it's one of the perfect horror movies of all time. I really do.
The scene where the one Glecky kid floating there in front of that window.
Yeah, right.
Every time.
That was creepy.
And remember that was a miniseries, so
yeah, it was a television series.
It was, and it was over 2 nights. And the cliffhanger for the first night was when the older Glick brother sits up in the coffin, and that is. I mean, I still remember to this day my reaction as a 4-year-old boy. Why did my parents allow me to watch this?
See, I got a feeling already just seeing that. Jill said she almost watches. Why do I get the sinking feeling that when we do eventually Salem's Lot, that's probably going to be a show where we're going to have quite a number of people on. My God.
And it's worth it
because I love that movie myself.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd come on, Jeremy.
And I don't know if either of you have ever read the Stephen King novelization, which is very different from the film, but I think the film is perfection. I truly do.
When they did the remake of Salem's Lot, to me that one was much closer to what was in the book.
Probably.
I've never seen the remake.
And there was supposed to be a film out. Was it this year? I think even that Warner had canceled. to a production on, so it didn't.
Was it canceled? Okay.
I thought it was canceled. Maybe someone else knows better than I do, but I mean, I even bought the soundtrack to the miniseries. I mean, I have it on Blu-ray. This is my childhood.
There was a soundtrack available for it.
Jill wants to see on Fear Fans for that, Greg.
What is Fear? Oh, is that your show, Nick? Fear Fans?
That's Don. Yeah, that's Don's show.
Okay. Sorry, I don't. Sometimes I don't remember everything. But yeah, I'd love to, because Salem's Lot has a very personal connection to me. That I mean, I just love it. I just so love that film. Maybe I'll put it on tonight to fall asleep to. I mean,
okay, Lot was originally set to release on September 9, 2022.
Yeah.
And then now is scheduled to be released on April 21st, 2023.
Oh, so it's still going ahead.
Apparently.
Now, I also remember, too, on one occasion, there was also a sequel that came out for Salem's Lot.
There was.
It wasn't
as good.
No.
And then there was Jerusalem's Lot that came out also, right?
Yes, I watched the first.
And that's what you're talking about, I think. Maybe not.
I just know that there was Return to Salem's Lot.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about the sequel?
That was a sequel. Then there was a series, Jerusalem's Lot, I thought.
Yeah, that one did come out. I watched the first season of it, but it didn't quite hold my attention to it.
I mean, everything about Salem's Lot, the 1979 miniseries, including the fact that the Marson house and how they built that outside of California, even though it looks like it's supposed to be on the East Coast. Mm-hmm. Everything about it is to me, like, I remember I read about how people, same with the Night Stalker. If anyone ever wants to talk about the Night Stalker, Kolchak, the first film, they was all meant for television, and then they were being screened at the studios, and everyone was like, why is this not a feature film?
Right.
You know, why is this a television film? Because this is above and beyond. And I think Salem's Lot is it's very long, and the first part of the two parts from the 1979 miniseries is long. I mean, it does, but it really builds up, and I think it pays off very well in the second segment. And it's truly one of the I'm not a gore fan. I'm not a fan of things that are just like trying to be specifically disgusting. Salem's Lot just is a horrific film in terms of, like, it really gives horror, but yet you can walk away not being disgusted by it.
Right. Well, considering too, it was also since it was made for television, I can understand why it's not as violent as like some of the other films are.
Absolutely. But yet it still pressed I think it pushed the envelope as much as it can. I think it's a great vampire film.
That's the TV series you were talking about, Greg. Okay. That's what it's called.
What? How do you say that? Chapelwaite or
Chapelwaite? Chapelwaite.
Okay.
I think.
Tell me if I'm wrong. On Jerusalem's Lot, which was the short story that was a prequel to Salem's Lot.
Okay. And I think what's missing is the sequel to Salem's Lot. That I know there's Return to Salem's Lot, but the fact is, if anyone has seen the miniseries, it starts the miniseries starts with David Soul, and I forget the kid's name, as if of before the events of, or after the events of Salem's Lot, and that we're still going out trying to track down the vampires that were in Salem, Salem's Lot, and trying to take them down. And that would be a very interesting sequel as well to see. I mean, obviously David Soul is like 80 some years old now, so I mean that kind of missed the mark, but it would have been really cool.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive. Yeah, absolutely. But he's, remember, he was also in Starsky and Hutch.
Yep. As soon as I went to the Wikipedia page, it says Starsky and Hutch.
Mm-hmm. Good soul, 79 years old.
He doesn't block. He's
I didn't
immediate-
realize
he's
when
immediately-
at the beginning and at the end they weren't even in Salem's Law anymore. They, in fact, it even says in the storyline they're not even in the United States. They're down in Guatemala, down in Central
Absolutely.
America.
And who is, and I mean, not to spoil for anyone who hasn't seen, but who they're trying to track, and we don't know this until the very end, is that they're trying to track down the person that David Soul's character fell in love with
Yeah,
in the story. And I mean, but the point is that him, and I can't remember the kid's name, they were, after the events of Salem's Lot, they were trying to track down all the other vampires that were left behind, even though that the house that they're all in burned and they thought that they burned them all. That wasn't the case. So they were out trying to track down all the vampires that Barlow, the vampire Barlow, I think that's his name.
yeah, Count Barlow, I think, who resembles Count Orlok from Nosferatu in a way.
Well, I'm not.
Only in the series, not in the book.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure that they were trying to track him down because Ben Mears says to Mark that they found us.
they found us. Yeah, I think the vampires were looking for him.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm not going to disagree with that, but I still feel like that. Why are they together?
And the kid's name, by the way, was Lance Kerwin. That's
right.
his name.
But in the story, his name is Mark.
That's
in
right.
the story, yeah. Oh no, you were saying the real name's Greg. I thought I didn't realize that Lance Kerwin now he's in his early 60s.
He is. And you could friend him on Facebook if you want.
Oh, really?
I'm not a friend with him, but I've looked him up, obviously.
Okay.
Lance Kerwin, though, you're right, absolutely right, Mark. And the idea that Mark was always like the level-headed kid, and the Glick brothers, they both succumbed to the vampires, and they both came to Windows at some point, either one to Mark or one to the younger Glick brother. I mean, it's absolutely. It's I mean, the imagery is so prevalent in this story. Wow. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, with that imagery, the younger one that shows up there in the window to go after his
the older Glick, yeah.
And then when the other one dies, the manner that he was discovered in, that's horrific too.
Right.
And when he goes to Mark and he says the master commands it, and the window, like open the window, the master commands it. Oh my God. I mean, it's just, I mean, this child saying this, and with the with the lens in his eyes that reflect. Wow. I mean, anyone who has not watched this, try to seek it out. It is phenomenal. And it's a slow start. It's a slow burn miniseries, but if you can watch it.
It starts almost kind of like a simple like movie, almost like with the drama like theme, but then as time progresses, it slowly gets into a horror. It really becomes two different types of genres almost. It starts off like a normal everyday film, especially from the late 70s, and then as you get halfway, you start noticing things start become a lot more darker. So that's the other thing too, other than the partial opening, which still is kind of a somewhat peaceful opening, it doesn't start off really violently or scary. It slowly gets there.
Well, that's the brilliance of Stephen King, is that he knows how to build a story.
Yeah.
Starting off slow and easy, nice normal pace family story. Then all of a sudden, boom, shit is starting to happen.
And that's just something you don't really see too very frequently now in a lot of the modern day horror films. They'll just start off with something violent, and then they just go right to the story and build it from there. When you start off like that, you're kind of taking away the suspense, basically.
Yeah.
And when there, in my opinion, when you get back to David Soul's character going back into the sheriff's office, and the sheriff isn't there any longer, and it's the deputy, and the deputy is clearly has been bitten by the vampire, and he's just there in a daze, and you know that, wow, there is nothing that can stop what's happening right now. And it is truly. I mean, Nick, we got to talk about this program on your show at some point.
Definitely will.
It is there. I think it's such an underrated program. I really do.
It's been honestly quite a number of years since I've seen it, but I was fortunate enough to watch it back when I was in high school. So
I watched it on original broadcast.
Oh, original. Yeah.
I watched it when it originally went out. And I mean, like I said, when the Glick brother, the older Glick brother came up in the coffin, when the caretaker in the cemetery, that was a cliffhanger for the first part. I mean, I'm 4 years old. I mean, what were my parents thinking when they showed this? They allowed us to watch this. My sister and I, she was 4 years older than that, so she's 8 years old, and we were just like,
realize what kind of show it was going to be.
No, I mean, it really transcends. I mean, I think it really did push the boundaries of horror on national television.
Right.
Greg, I am going to send you something to read. It's the one that Adrian kind of alluded to. It's the one that Adrian kind of alluded to that I wrote. That was a slowed build. You could tell right away something's up, but it's just one of those things that I purposely did so that it would just build little here and there, and then all of a sudden it's like boom. So I'm going to send that. It's only 22 pages long. It's just a first draft.
Please do. And I mean, I need to learn to read first. But once I do, I will be more than happy to. I would love to. And Jeremy, we need to get you on my show, and we can talk about all of this too, and talk about what you're writing and stuff as well. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, we can do that. Just let me know.
And I got your attachment, so thank you very much.
Yeah. So keep in mind, it's still just a first draft. I wrote it all over a course of 3 or 4 days, and then I just moved on to something else to get away from that, and then eventually I'll go back and try to polish it up a little more.
That is fantastic. Thank you for sharing that with me.
You're welcome. So, okay, who is Facebook user right now?
Yeah, I'm like wondering who the hell is this now? That's
who are you?
We've still got 7 viewers.
He agrees.
Taken today, 7 imprint in time. Please write down your name so that we know who you are.
I'm checking right now, by the way, guys, just so I can.
And I erroneously said he. It could be anybody, so I do apologize for that.
I was going to say, or she. He or she.
Could be anybody.
It's Universal page. Oh, that's Joshua.
Oh, it's Josh?
Joshua, okay.
Wait, how do you know? Oh, were you looking on the page, or?
Yeah, I went. He's back on the Universal page. Somehow he went from the network page to the Universal page.
So I'm actually checking right now just so I can remember for when I start putting my next book project together, how many stories are for Nightmare Soup 3. Because I got the digital version once again. 13, 14.
Yeah, send that to me so I can figure out what story I want to read.
And if you still want me to be a part of it, I'd be.
Well, of course, I'm going to make sure you're a part of it, Greg.
I will never assume anything. I will never assume anything. And if you decided I wasn't right for something, I understand. That's just, I don't know why you're laughing. I mean, I'm being very serious, actually.
I know. There's 25 stories.
Absolutely. Sometimes books are written out of order. In fact, the paranormal memoir that I'm doing is going to be. I'm just right. I did one chapter for that I'm thinking is going to be in the middle. There's no going to be set order for this. And sometimes you can't just focus on one book the entire time. You got to get away from it. Otherwise, you're going to get burnt out on it and you're not going to want to finish it.
Well,
Right.
and I'm going to have an author on my show this weekend, Dan Myers. I've known for a billion years, and he wrote his first fantasy book. And I'm not a big fantasy book fan, but what I want to talk about, and I think what I'd love to have you on about too, Jeremy, is the talk about creativity. You know, because I mean, the idea of also about not only creativity, but following your dreams to be able to write and be able to keep going. You know what I mean? I mean, because there's so many people who are like, oh, I'd love to do that, but you know what, and they have a multitude of reasons why they can't do it. But it's like in my mind, there shouldn't be a reason why you don't do creativity, even if it's just for yourself. And that's what I love talking about.
Well, I can say from experience, I have been a writer for 30 years almost. But most of that has been writing lyrics because I get the music in my head and I write down a list. I have been on a lyric frenzy lately. I've written 8 in the last week and a half. That never happens. Usually I average about 1 a week, but I've been on a writing tear with these lyrics. And about 15 years ago, I had actually started writing a book called Smile. And it was about somebody, not like what the movie that's coming out now.
Right.
Smile was about a guy that was coming home from the Vietnam War, and everything has changed for him.
Yep.
And it's not a full-on horror story, but it is suspense. It's a suspense story with elements of horror in it. And I got 120 some pages written in there. I got to the climax that I wanted to, which when you really think about it is very, very taboo in media. But I knew that this had to happen in order to get to the ending that I had already seen happening. And after I got to that climax, I just lost it. I didn't know where to go. Up until about a year ago, talking to some more people, and now I got a pretty fair idea how I'm going to finish this out. But it had been so many years since I had even touched this story. So I got to go back and read everything that I've written and maybe even take some pieces out that don't fit and then get back into writing that. But before I do that, I really need to do the ones that I'm currently working on now.
I think Greg is still there, but he muted his mic.
Yeah, I think he had to step away for a second.
See, I'm kind of in that same boat too. Not with writing stories, but well, honestly, I should have said this before, but before I can get started, like with the other audio books, I got to finish up the one that I'm currently working on. That was that new one I was doing, which was At the Cemetery Gates, Volume 1. You remember I made the announcement on that, right?
I don't remember.
So that one I'm intentionally just recording myself, but it's another Scary Stories tribute book. But understandably, I can't move forward with Nightmare Soup 3 and Nightmare Society because I got to finish this first audiobook up, and this is going to be one of the more tougher ones. So I'm hoping that after Christmas I could start, I could finish this up and then get to these new additional audiobooks so I can include you guys onto these new books.
Something I want to address what Jill just brought up about the writer's block.
Oh, right here, this comment.
There's something that I read. I'm trying to find the comment because I think it is probably the most true thing I've ever read when it comes to writer's block. I need to find it so that I don't get it wrong. But basically, there's a singer-songwriter who went out to Hollywood, and he was going through a bout of writer's block, and he was telling his dad about it, who himself is also a writer. And basically, his dad kind of yelled at him, saying that his opinion is writer's block is a bullshit reason to not write. that there is no such thing as writer's block. It's just that as a writer, you need to write just to write, and maybe out of a full sentence or a full paragraph, you may come across a sentence that, okay, I can build on that sentence later on. The rest of the paragraph, no, but that one sentence, I can. And then ever since then, he has never had writer's block again because of what his father told him.
Wow.
Do you think writer's block is a way of dealing with your own inability, your own fear of like, am I really worthy of being a writer?
It could be.
I mean, because I don't write fiction, I don't write stuff like you write, Jeremy. But what I do write is reviews. I write reviews. I had a British television blog that has over 1 million views, and I've done very well with it. But when I write, sometimes I'm like, even that, which is not creative writing, I think to myself, like sometimes you just get in a block of like, what am I writing? What am I actually doing? Why am I even writing? No one cares what I write about. I mean, it's just shit that doesn't really even matter, but you get in your own head sometimes.
Jill saying, or also think of Misery. If you need that extra inspiration, I too can keep you like she did and inspire you to finish the story.
Yeah, there you go.
More kidnapping, if anything.
Or you're going to get your foot cut off.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't cut his. She didn't cut his foot off. He just broke him.
Just broke it. That's all. Put it against a wooden block and just.
She cut his foot off.
Oh, in the book, yeah, but in the movie, she just breaks him.
Yeah, they did that because it was too gory to do it what they did in the book.
Yeah.
So in the book, they cut it off.
Yeah,
I didn't know
I
that.
didn't know they cut him off in the book.
Yeah.
I never read the book.
I never read the book either. So
But I read about it, and that was one of the major differences between the book and the movie.
All I remember was when that sheriff had his stomach blown off in the film. People sitting in the row next to us. One guy at the end of the row, all of a sudden, when that happened, he goes, "Holy shit!" And he gets up and he runs out of the theater, and he doesn't return.
Yeah, I remember that.
He's just like, "I'm out.
I'm out of here."
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Have a nice day.
Right. See you later.
I am looking up Misery now on Wikipedia to try to.
See, I gotta admit, by the way, George A. Romero once said this in an interview, and I've always said the same thing too. But scariest thing about that, I think, is just that idea, because I think we all at times do have some crazed fans, and I'm always a little worried,
I've been around Doctor Who fandom
I got
for nearly 40 years.
Here it is. When Annie discovers that Paul has been leaving his room, she punishes him by cutting off his foot with an axe and cauterizing his ankle with a blowtorch.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, that's gruesome.
That is insane.
That's how it was written in the book, but for the movie they changed it to where she uses the sledgehammer breaking
that block of wood,
which was enough. Which
Yeah.
I mean, now they would do this. They would do the cutoff, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they would definitely.
So I wasn't there, but I heard about this. One of the guys who played Doctor Who in 1988 was on a cruise, and one of his fans,
Oh no.
which was local to me, so I know who she is very well. She was on the cruise. She was like, I am never been happier than I am that I got to see him. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna jump off the ship. I'm gonna die. I've never been happier. I am done. And he had to talk her out of jumping off the ship.
That is just wow.
And then so he did so. And then he came to a Minnesota convention the next year. He had put in his provision, I do not want this woman around me. She ended up being around him, and it turned out to be a very big scene. I was there, a very big scene at the time.
Jill, excuse me, drama queen. Yeah, in some way, I guess. I mean that's just like just like why? I just don't understand that.
No, I don't either. I can't even explain it.
It's just it just goes to show that some people are just a little bit too obsessed on several occasions.
Well, I mean, it's a mental thing, isn't it? I mean, it's just
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, she also had a thing for the guy, I can't remember his name, who was MacGyver, and also in the series Stargate.
Yep.
Richard Dean Anderson, and who also was local to my area. So I think St. Paul is where he came from. And
he's from that area. I forgot about that.
Yeah. And she was, and same with the people from MST3K who are, the series was based in my area. I used to actually work for the station.
Really?
And not one MST3K was in there, but afterwards, but it was in the same building.
Okay.
But it was people. You can't. I don't want to fault her because she just saw things differently. But unfortunately, she needed help. She just needed help.
Right.
Hold on, Brad sent me a picture.
What did he send you this time?
His birds.
The stuff that he's making, something he's been working on for a while. It's like they're ready to march into battle.
Yeah, I was expecting that he was going to send something to me too. So, not over a man, at least, Jill says.
I agree. Over a woman, maybe that's something else, but not a man. And I'm not being silly when I say that. Actually, I really do.
I'm so happy I could just die right now. Literally, I don't think I will ever reach that level.
Isn't that something? But that's what she thought. That is what she thought.
I know. That's just
I don't think I would ever reach that level because as much as I want to be happy, I don't think I will ever get to that stage where it will never get better from that point on.
I don't think I would either.
No.
And for anyone who's wondering, I'm eating brie cheese. Anyone like brie cheese? I clearly.
What is it?
Brie cheese. It's really good.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
I've never heard of it either.
100 years longer than you have been.
Yeah, I've never heard of it either. So I'm kind of in the
BRIE. Look it up. It's really good.
BRIE.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like? See, I'm surprised I don't know what that is because considering I'm just an hour away from the Illinois-Wisconsin border, and Wisconsin's always referred to as the cheese state.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
dairy
cheese,
state.
I think brie cheese is a little bit more French. Presidente cheese. Yeah, it's brie cheese, and it's really.
Yeah, that's what came up. President.
Okay, so that's not something from like you can get from Wisconsin or anything like that.
I mean, you can get it anywhere now, but it's not made in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Where is this made from?
I've probably seen it. I just never heard of it.
Jeremy, it's in the fancy cheese section, so maybe it's not an area you've been in before. And that's fine.
Oh, wouldn't be so sure of that.
You've never even heard of it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it.
Well, and I didn't hear about it until now.
Call it short attention span.
Jill's like, I only had some goat cheese, which is amazing. First of all, Nick, have you heard of goat cheese?
Yeah, I've heard of goat cheese. In fact, actually, we sell it at my grocery store, so we do have that.
Your grocery store also has brie cheese. BRIE, check it out. There is here's the rest of it. So there is going to be like an outside that is a little bit mold, but that's okay. It's good mold. Sometimes mold is good. And then the cheese is on the inside, and I've left it out, so it's very, very soft. It's very soft and it's very delicious. You
I
both
didn't know
need
that
to try it.
I didn't know there was certain cheese that you could like leave out, not like leave out
Yep.
all night, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this has been out for a couple days, and it's it's just very soft. And Robin Ryan says the crunchy rind is yuck, though. I disagree, but I understand why some people don't want to agree with that. But I think it's very, very good. I think it's very, very good. Well worth a chance. I mean, it's not for everybody, but I do love it.
Jill said she's only had some goat cheese with cranberry. It's pretty good.
This is also good on crackers, like just like a Ritz cracker or something. It's just I needed to eat something, but it's very good.
Real.
There you go. You just helped Jill out for her next shopping trip.
I don't know
sure they
shit
probably
about
sell it in
paranormal, but I know
rural
about
areas, too.
eating. So, and Robin, take this cheese, cut off the mold, the rind, and just put it in an omelet. Oh my god, so good.
Hey Raymond,
So-
I was
Hello.
watching earlier on Frighteners on Criminals and Villains early today. Although he came out just before we went off, so it's good to see him back over here.
Speaking of which, Nick, when you guys do that show, would you like to do it under this account so that you can be able to put it onto the network? Because I know that Lois wants to get that show on the network.
I'll talk to. Well, I'm going to be seeing Lois on the Frighteners tomorrow on the Simply Spooky Network. So I'll ask her then, and I would, because she said she's been wanting to bring it on. So yeah, we could probably put it on.
Yeah,
I could probably get it through
So
this.
there's access to all the other places on here anyway.
Exactly. So, and I'd still be able to broadcast because now I have access to the Simply Spooky Network. So we could still broadcast it on that. So I'll check with Lois tomorrow. I'm sure she won't mind, but yeah, we'll probably most likely get it through this account.
Yeah, just let her know that we can do it over here.
Jill watched it for the first time. She loved it. So I could see why she's like, please get the show onto this network, please.
Yeah,
you know what? Actually, I got to tell you this.
To watch it.
It's something both of you guys should know about. In fact, Lois had and Rosie actually agreed with this too. Lois had this really cool idea about possibly, I don't know how we're going to be able, well, yeah, I'm not sure how we're going to do it. I don't know which night we're going to do it because obviously I have Nick Files on Wednesday and then, Criminals and Villains on Thursday. Jill had the idea of wanting to do kind of like, I guess you want to kind of call like a crossover between two shows where I'd be showing one of my, because you remember I said before that I was going to start expanding to other subjects, not just in haunted house cases. I was going to get to like ufology, cryptozoology, demonology, and I even was going to add, serial killers onto it. So she had the idea of me presenting a slideshow on these serial killers, and we could discuss as we're going through. I mean, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to do it, but I actually like the idea. So,
well, you could do the serial killer slideshow specifically on that.
Yeah,
if that's what you're talking about.
That's what. See, Lois had the idea better. She thought of it better than I did, so I would have to. You would have to talk to her about it. But I really like both me and Rosie were all for it. So it'd be kind of cool to do something like that.
I see you finally got Rosie on the show earlier today.
Yeah, did you hear what happened about why she wasn't on the show last week?
Yeah, you told.
I did tell you, or
yeah.
Okay, yeah, she brought that up on the show too. That was pretty funny. But now she's ready from this point forward.
When you guys are doing your shows now in the app, I cannot get over how Linus's eyes shine when you bring him on camera.
Well, someone has to, and it's not going to be my eyes. That's for sure.
Yeah, there you go. It's like he's possessed every time that happens.
Demon cat.
Tell me about it.
Demon
Right.
cat.
He actually has that. He almost has that little grumpy faced look on him, right?
Oh, guy, he's incredibly crab appley over here. I mean, he is not happy that he's.
He
on.
doesn't look happy right now.
He is so unhappy that I picked him up a fourth time tonight. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Linus is basically a demon cat with the
he's
glowing
horrible.
eyes and the angry look.
he's a monster. He truly is a monster.
I love Robin's comment. Linus isn't a demon. How dare you?
Robin, I just wanted to let you know about the brie cheese. Buy brie cheese and leave it out overnight. Do not eat it that night. You got to let it out, right? You got to let it soften up, don't you? Yeah.
See, Jill says that you're knowledgeable for these serial killers, Greg.
They're in my house. I mean, what can I say? I mean, right, Linus? Linus is a serial killer. He tries to kill me every day. So what can you do?
I know that you said that he has attacked your leg during the show, but has he ever attacked you on camera?
He did earlier tonight. When the first time I picked him up for the show, he did. He started biting me, and no one picked up on that. He was not happy about me picking him up for you.
Now, remind me, is he declawed or does he have claws?
Oh, he has claws. Oh my God, does he have them? Don't you?
They got to be sharp as hell.
See, he's not happy right now.
Yeah,
He's
declaw.
biting me right now. Do you guys see that? He's biting me right now.
Well, we're gonna say Jeremy said declawing what?
Declawing cats is not a fun thing to do.
I would
It's
not do
not.
that. If I mean AJ, my last cat, she was declawed, but it happened before we got her. I would not declaw him, right?
That's the same thing with our cats because if you guys remember, I said I have two of them. One of them still has her claws, and the other one was declawed, but it was not. She was a stray. Well, she was a stray when we got her, but it was clear that someone else took care of her previously, and then lost her. But whoever had her before us, he or she or they had her declawed.
Yeah, because declawing is the same as amputation, basically.
It really is, and I heard it actually even makes cats' behavior even worse. I heard they get pretty mean after when they're declawed.
They can, because they have, and especially when they bite, it's much harder because they don't have any other defenses beyond their mouth anymore.
Yeah.
Just so you all know, just for factual reference, I put Linus down and I was going to pet him, and luckily I had this on, and he went full on
oh my god,
biting me because he was just like, enough of this shit, Greg. And I respect that. I respect that. He is not being punished for that at all. It's like I picked you up about 4 times tonight. You're good. You're fine. So
I like it's interesting how he doesn't make any yells or growls or anything like that. Because whenever I do that with my cat, the one who's declawed, she makes a lot of noise.
Yeah, he's pretty quiet.
Who did that recently? Somebody had a cat on, and the cat was starting to go ballistic.
That was probably my cat.
Was it yours?
Because I remember when I think it might have been one of the first shows I did with you guys last year. It
was just in this past week.
Oh no, that wouldn't have been mine then. That would have that's probably somebody else.
Yeah, because I made.
Oh wait, no, it was Chantel. Chantel was holding one of Jenny's cats.
Yes, that cat went ballistic.
Oh my god!
Man, you can handle horses very well, but you can't handle kitty cats.
I have
They're
never seen a cat like that went ballistic. Like even my own cat, she goes ballistic too, but she doesn't go to that level. Like my god,
was screaming at her.
I have never heard a cat make that noise, being that loud.
I have. It's just been a long time.
If my cat was not happy about being picked up, I wouldn't do it. Linus has been very, very accommodating 99% of the time, even 100% of the time. If he didn't like it, because I'll pick him up and he'll often move his head back, so his face will be up against mine, and I think I look at that as he just loves being around. But if he truly hated it, I would not do it. I would certainly not do it.
Do you ever wake up in the morning and he is sitting right there on your chest with his face looking right down on you.
That happens with me too with my cat.
I used to wake up sometimes with my last cat, AJ, and she would have like her paw, which thank God she didn't have claws. She'd be just hitting my eyelids. And like, what do you want? Thank God you don't have claws, because who knows what would have happened if
If you would have been the first person to be wearing eye patches on the show.
yeah, I mean, maybe 2 eye patches.
Good night,
and-
bro.
Brad, have a good night.
Yeah, good night, Brad. Thank you. Linus, he'll sleep next to me all night. He'll generally like butt up to me, especially when I have the heating blanket on. He'll just sit next to me. He doesn't lay on me ever, but he'll lay up against me, and he'll like be elongated. So like either elongated up against me or elongated against the TV, against the bed. So if I had a partner, they wouldn't be able to sleep in the bed. I mean, it's just as simple as that.
It's the opposite with me. My cat always likes to sleep on my chest a lot. I mean, literally, and I've said this before. Every time I've woken up, or if I'm conscious during my sleep, I'm actually first thing I'm suffering sleep paralysis because I'm not moving at all. And they know it's just cat paralysis instead of the old hag syndrome. It's more of the cat syndrome. So, and there's literally times where sometimes she'll make noises or something. I wake up, and all of a sudden there's this big cat face staring right at me. It's like, hey, you awake yet?
I mean, with Linus, and AJ used to sleep on my belly, and I didn't like that because it really just accentuated how big my belly was. I mean, like you already know you have a big belly, and then like there's a cat like seems like really tall above you. You're like, oh my God, get the hell off my stomach. So I just have them, I just like don't. And Linus never wanted to sit on me. He just wants to be next to me. Like there'd be times like when I used to talk to Ane on the phone, and I'd be like weirdly like parallel to the bed, and I'd be talking to her, and I'd look over, and there's Linus on his back, parallel, exactly next to me to the bed. Like, what are you doing? And he'd just be like, we weren't sitting on the bed, right? But he'd just do what I do because he just wanted to be next to me, and that's love. I think that's love right there. When they don't care what you're doing, they just want to be with you.
Mm-hmm.
Like tough love more almost.
It's just it's like we just want to be with. I don't care what you're doing. I want to be with you.
Is this still Josh as Facebook user? I just really because I'm seeing all these Facebook.
I think it is.
Feline paralysis is what I call it. I can't move because there's a sleeping cat on me. Must not wake the baby.
There's a lot of people that suffer from that.
I'm one of them.
I mean, even when Linus like I said, Linus is never on me, but when he is near me, I'm sure you both can agree, like as long as I know he's on the bed, it affects how I toss and turn every night. I just know that you're there, so I'm going to be very careful because I don't want to kick you off.
Okay, I need to timestamp that. 3 hours, 13 minutes. I think I saw something flying on your screen, Greg.
There's stuff always flying around. I mean, there was about all night. There's stuff I've noticed stuff flying around. Here's the thing: doing Ghost Box Live, I invite a lot of spirits into my house, and they don't always leave, and I get a lot of it.
I'm telling Chantel no.
Wait,
No,
what did
God,
Chantel
no.
say?
I mean, we're at 3 miles.
No, we're not.
No, it can't be.
No, because Greg has to work tomorrow. Nick has to work.
No, I don't work tomorrow. I'm on vacation.
Greg, do you work tomorrow?
I mean, trust me, if we had stuff to say, I wouldn't get off because I enjoy this sort of thing. But I mean, I just don't have a name for the face in my selfie, Greg. Jill, what are you talking about?
I have no idea.
And Chantel, if you're 4 a.m., 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
She's about 8 hours, I think, because she lives in South Africa.
Well, she's 5 hours ahead of me.
5 hours, yeah. I'm thinking of
she should be back No, she should be in the England now, right? Or have you?
England's what, 6 hours ahead,
Oh,
right?
wait, no, you're right. She's still in the UK. I forgot. Did you guys see that really cool photo that she took of herself, like out in the snow near the airport? Did you guys see that?
Who?
Of Chantel. It was like this incredible, like very wintry, almost Christmas-like photo. It was like this really beautiful photo that she took.
It
of
was.
herself. Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. Oh, it's 4:20 a.m. She's still in the UK. It'll be 6:21 at home.
Okay, so at home she's 7 hours ahead of me.
Where
Yeah,
in
all
the
right, so I
UK
was
are you?
close.
And Jill, what selfie did you? I'm looking on your page now, Jill. And what selfie are you talking about? Because I'd like to see what you're talking about. And I apologize if you had brought it up before and I completely missed it.
Said she'd send you a DM that you'll love her selfies, no doubt. Oh my gosh, I forgot to upload this picture earlier today on Facebook. It's actually quite a funny picture if you guys ever check it out. Oh my god, it's a roller coaster picture of me and Tom.
This is a treat, Greg, because Jill almost never do anything with her messenger.
She usually does it.
It's me.
Jeremy, this is Greg. You know, just so you know, Greg is in this situation now. That's the difference, right?
I know, just like when you were on Dave's show, that was the greatest show ever.
On whose show?
On Dave's. Dave.
Yep. What Chantel said, that would be so cool when we landed. There was no snow by the time we got to the gate in absolute winter wonderland. Yes. That was an amazing picture.
Chantel, you got a great angle with that picture. You really did.
She wants to, I messaged her I messaged her yesterday. I've been meaning to get back to her actually. Saying that how cool it was to finally chat with her face to face. And she sent me a voicemail, and I was funny enough, I was saying this on the earlier show. She suggested, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this app. It's called Marco Polo. You guys ever hear of that app? It's like it's kind of like a Snapchat in a way, but unlike in Snapchat when you send a video and then it just disappears afterwards, you never see it again, or a video or a photograph. Marco Polo, it's the same thing, but you get to keep them, but you're actually talking to people on it. So when I was still part of the Paranormal Mysteries crew, we were using that, and Chantel wants to use something like that again to stay in contact.
Called Marco Polo?
Yeah, it's an app. It's a free app that you could use.
You know, Nick, when you're talking, I mean, just go back to our private messaging and the things group, when you're talking about Steam, and I thought you were talking about StreamYard. I mean, clearly I don't know anything about anything. So,
yeah,
I mean, I'll just
why somebody would think that when you see Steam, you automatically think StreamYard because
I thought so.
Here, tell you
when
what.
you said that, Nick, I went back to my Atari system and my Atari 2600, and I just lived there.
Okay, let me just share this really quickly then, just so you can understand at least what.
I don't know if I can.
Maybe. So this is actually Steam. This is my account I have, and it's a simple game. You can download this for free. These are all the games that I have here, and you got to buy a lot of these, but it's a great program to use.
The other day I looked on there and they got no Mario games on there.
I noticed that they didn't have that. By the way, I have that game Phasmophobia.
Is that still a thing? I mean, I really don't know shit about anything. So
here's that game that we were talking about before, Jeremy. Phasmophobia.
Yeah, I do plan on getting it. I just don't like the idea that you have to download games, or when you get the games, they stay in that library, and if you lose that account, you've just lost all that money.
Well, from what I've had Steam now for about almost 4 years now, actually, and as you can see, I mean, I got pretty much everything stored safely. So,
yeah, but what happens if your account is gone for whatever reason?
That's what I wonder. I never even thought of that, but I understand I can see where you're coming with that.
That's why I am not a big fan of streaming services.
from Alton, Illinois. Is this
Hello. That's why I got 10,000 DVDs or however much it is.
No, I mean that was what I was thinking about, Jeremy, is like streaming. I'm not a big fan of streaming because I just want to own the stuff, because you never know. It's not in your your control.
Right. Exactly. If the internet is out, you're out of luck. Guess what? If my internet is out, I can just pop in a DVD and watch it.
And Jill, I'm just gonna say real fast, I got your DM. I will take a closer look at that. I just see a picture of a beautiful woman, but
yeah, she sent that to me too. I just got it.
Oh, apparently she sent it to me too.
Yeah, but she didn't really mean to. No.
Yeah, just a.
I know. Actually,
that was an accident, Jeremy. She didn't want to send it to you at all. She actually put in her note to me that she didn't want to send it to you, so we're all got it.
Okay, what are we looking at? Oh,
my Steam games are.
What he's talking about?
Right here, it says here. Steam games are
not StreamYard, Nick. Just remember.
No, I was trying to say Steam games, not StreamYard. My Steam games. I just did it again. My Steam games are, I don't know what that word is, and The Witcher and Horizon Zero Dawn and Stranded. Oh, she's got Chantel. I didn't know you had Steam.
Now you do.
Chantel, remind me. I'm gonna have to add you on Steam at some point.
I don't know if I'm going to get Steam, but I do know I am planning on getting a PS5 sometime and getting the games there, because at some point I am getting that Killer Clown game.
Yeah. Well, Don has a PS5. He got it.
He did?
He's got it at home. He recently got it just like I think about a couple weeks ago. So he has one.
Okay.
So can I talk about Twitch real fast?
Yeah.
I decided one night I wanted to stream to Twitch, but it wasn't my live stream, it was Anae's live stream. So we streamed to Twitch, and I'm like, oh, this will be great, you'll get a lot of people. My God, as soon as she started, there was nothing but horrible things being said about her, like F you, this, that, everything else. I'm like, oh my God.
I remember you saying that.
And I decided I need to delete these people through StreamYard, not Steam, but through StreamYard. And so normally, as you know, Jeremy, there's like the 3 dots on each comment when you're running the show, the stream, that you can click on it and it'll allow you to delete the person or block the person.
Yes.
Through Twitch, it doesn't do that. And so I clicked on that, and instead, when she's trying to do a reading, it comes up on the screen, the comment, and it just so happened to be F you, you're horrible fake. And she's just like, okay. And I mean, it came up on the stream and everything as that. And it was just like, that was one of about 70, 80 comments that we got that night that were nothing but horrible things we said. And I have never streamed back to Twitch since.
Wow. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were. Go ahead. Keep going.
No, I mean, that was it. I mean, It was just like, it was literally like, and it was just like, sorry, you know, I mean, just like poor person who was just trying to do readings, and it was nothing but negativity. And I'm trying to stop it. And instead, I'm putting it up on the screen. And I'm like, afterwards, I'm like, I'm so sorry. And she's just like, what happened? And I'm like, Twitch is not a place for us to go, I think. So I don't know. People do stream there all the time. It just didn't work for us.
I stream this show, and I also do my gaming over to Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
I also do my show on Twitch as well.
Not anymore, you don't?
No, I think I have to check it. Well, let me check.
Networks for your show.
Hang on 1 second. Let me check this to be on the safe side.
Okay, Jill, I just sent you an invite to my game page. Chantel, I tried to send one to you, but for whatever reason, you're not coming up unless I've already sent it to you before.
So I just want to go back to what
I've
Chantel.
already sent it.
Oh, Chantel says
Chantel.
she doesn't have a PlayStation anymore. Got stolen in one of her break-ins.
Oh my
Jeez.
goodness. Sorry, Chantel.
Yikes.
Not good at all.
Yeah,
Oh,
the crime rate down where she lives is not real good.
No,
What area is Chantel from, if I may ask?
South Africa. I know she's in South Africa.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's from.
Yeah.
I don't know if she lives.
Chantel is following my gaming page, so thank you, Chantel. Jill, I sent you an invite to it. I just come on at random times. I don't do a set schedule with it.
Okay, I have to check those. Oh, she's referring to the Steam because I also messaged her directly and asked what her Steam was because I wanted to connect with her on that. I think this is Josh saying he's got a Twitch. Yeah, you're right, Jerry. She said the same thing. She's already following it.
Yeah, I don't do any kind of schedule. I just do it when I can.
No, I'm just going back to my last episode of Nick Files. No, yeah, it says I was on Twitch last episode.
You were?
Yeah, it's I could see the logo right there. I was Nick Files episode 28. That was my last episode I did. So yeah, I could still broadcast on Twitch.
I thought you had 8 different networks that you broadcast on.
The Para-Unity network, it's not set up yet. So until it is set up, I could still broadcast on Twitch.
All right.
But I'm still checking with StreamYard. I'm always messaging them saying, are they gonna, because they said eventually they were gonna finally extend to more than just 8 platforms. So I'm always checking with them every once in a while.
Well, they need to get TikTok going.
Yeah, TikTok. So I have checked with them about expanding the platforms, and they say they're still working on it. They just haven't been able to have that expansion yet.
Come on, StreamYard, chop chop.
Yeah,
no,
it needs to be more than 8
not
for
a
sure.
cockroach. That's just part of my sweater. Wait a minute.
Part of the Rhythm Nation, for God's sake.
Wait a minute. I think Chantel, you said earlier you liked the sweater I was wearing. So no, there are no cockroaches on it. I don't know where she came up with that.
Just wait on the patch.
Oh God, don't remind me.
Just because it's militant, don't hate. That's all.
Yeah, I know you're kidding. It's wanting to make me. I didn't even know where to look.
Right now on TikTok, I'm at 0 followers. I was at 400 at one time. But it kept going back and forth, real high, then real low, then real high, then real low. Right now it's at that low point.
I'll never get enough followers to do the live thing on TikTok.
Yeah. And when I do my gaming, at first I wasn't getting any viewers, and now it seems like I got 1 viewer the whole time I'm on there. And I tell them, hey, make a comment, let me know who you are, but they never do.
Chantel must mean in my selfie over. I was gonna say whoever is that 1 viewer. I'm betting that's either Brad or Jill.
If it was one of them, they would say something, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
I know. Not there yet. TikTok. No, I see Jill. I don't even have TikTok yet.
But I don't even know
Why?
what one they're watching on because they're not commenting. I don't know where they're watching it from.
See, as much as I pretty much hate Facebook for what it is nowadays, with all these different social media apps and websites that are coming out, it's just so hard to keep up with all of them. And even if all your Facebook friends are on TikTok, you would have to start all over again and re-adding these. So like for me, I got like 3,000 friends. do I really want to go through that process of wanting to create another ad and then re-add those 3,000 friends? Like, it's too bad there's no simple, because you see this sometimes with some social media sites. It's too bad that there's not a feature saying, you know, all these friends on that were on Facebook are also on this app. Do you want to add these people to stay? If they have that feature, maybe. But they're always coming out with all these new social media apps and websites. Like, okay, let's say they may say TikTok is like the most popular social media app or in this case. Well, how do we not know there could be another one that would take over TikTok very quickly? It's hard to keep up with all of them.
And I think one of the things that people take like wrongly is that there is a personal connection between you and Facebook. And I'm not saying that for you, Nick, but I'm just saying people look at it very differently. And as long as you look at it as a tool to do what you want it to do, then you should be fine. I mean, exactly. I look at Facebook as a way to promote my stuff, as well as I can show pictures of my food. I'm not looking at it to put my most personal updates on there. And maybe like when my parents died, each time I certainly brought up, but not like, oh my God, today I'm having a bad day or anything like that. It's like, that stuff, it's all promotional, sort of like mongering, but I'm going to look at it as a way to promote myself.
I have like 30 friends on purpose. I definitely don't have 3,000 friends. My page is only paranormal. I do not accept even family friend requests.
And I think Chantel is absolutely right. I have about 4,300 friends on Facebook right now. I do not look at them as people who I am friends with. It's a weird thing about paranormal. I'm sure it's everywhere else. People want to connect with you so that they can promote their own paranormal stuff. Yeah. It's really what it comes down to.
In a way, yeah. But at the same time, too, like, you're obviously making connections with people who have the same interests as you do. And that just makes, that group even larger.
Well, you are, Nick, and I'm not being facetious when I say this. Yeah. You are somebody who's going to make connections. Myself, I am a very jaded, not to be confused with Jill Jade, but I'm very jaded in the idea of, like, when people are reaching out to me and then the paranormal, often it is very tough for me to connect with them because I can see through 90% of them right from the start.
Right.
Chantel, I did my first stream 5 weeks ago, and I have done 12 since then. My last game show was only 3 days ago.
It's tough, too, because I love the fact, like Jeremy, what you just said, I love the fact that people are now able, and when I say now, I mean last like 5-7 years, are able to express themselves through lives. Whether it's gaming, whether it's paranormal, whether it's, for me, British television, whatever else, that you're able, and you're going to either get people to follow or not people to follow, but it doesn't matter, because all you want to do is be able to allow people to experience what you're doing.
Yeah. Here's my
officially dated.
I don't even know what that is.
For the game show. And I will also get my Twitch. There's my Twitch account.
Jerk Games? Oh, sorry. G York. Sorry about that, Jeremy.
That's not exactly.
I'll tell you what.
On Twitch, Jerk Games. Jerk Off Games.
I had a hell of a time coming up with that name because I originally wanted to do J York. But that name was already taken by somebody.
Someone else by the name of Jay York?
Yeah. Because one of my best friends in bowling, that's what he refers to me as, Jay York. He said he calls that a rapper name for me because he's a rapper.
Oh, okay.
In fact, every time I call him or he calls me, Jay York, how you doing? You know, and I was going to use that name, but that name was already taken. So I thought, okay, how about J.E. York? And it was free, so I went on ahead and grabbed it.
It almost sounds like
Thank you.
Jay York. It's like a ripoff of like Jay-Z.
Yeah, Jay York is in the house.
That.
What's that? What was that, Jeremy? You said?
I'm not worried about that. Jay-Z, he's got nothing to worry about as far as
Be that beacon of light.
be the
Be the beacon of light. I don't know what that.
Amen.
I don't know what that means.
And the whole thing about doing the, you know, like Greg, what you were saying about being able to express yourself. For me, as far as doing the game, it's not so much of expressing myself, but it's doing something different that's not paranormal related.
Absolutely.
Because, you know, we all get to that point where, you know, I'm kind of tired of doing this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to do this all the time. So that's why I'm doing these video games, and that's why I'm also doing this wrestling show that's starting up next month, because it's something different in a different industry.
I'm right there with you, Jeremy. I mean, you know, I do the British television stuff, and I put a lot of videos online at YouTube from the archive. That is British television. That's nothing to do with paranormal. And I actually feel like I keep wondering, is my paranormal world, as far as streaming and stuff, coming to an end? It just feels like that there's a natural end coming to me for that. That I just don't know. And I'm not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter at the moment, but there is something that's refreshing and helps. I think, Jeremy, maybe you'd agree, helps fuel going back to the paranormal side.
Yes.
That you're able to get away from that for a little bit and focus on other things, and then come back a little bit more refreshed about other things.
Yeah, because if you guys remember a year and a half ago, all I was doing was paranormal stuff.
Yeah.
Especially when it came to trying to do that Roku channel.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was all I was doing. And if you remember how I was in that chat room, I started blowing up because it was getting to me bad. So that's why I decided to take that little break there after the launch of the Thames Network. Okay, we've launched. I'm going to take this break because
Story about that.
it's Crystal, Adrian, all of them can run this thing. I'm stepping back. I come back, have my accident, and then it's like everything has changed. And now it's like, you know, I was telling my dad this yesterday. For those who don't know, was also very big into bowling.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I gave my teens and all of my 20s to the sport of bowling. That was it. That was my life. My 30s, I gave it to the paranormal. That was my life. I want to step back from it, but not disappear. I still want to still be involved in it, but I don't want it to just consume me like I let it. So that's why now I'm starting to do different things here, and I'm also starting to write books, write stories, because I feel like I've got that kind of creative mind and that kind of mindset to be able to weave a decent story. The story, Greg, that I sent to you, I had also sent to Nick, who has still not read it yet.
I'm halfway there.
Learn to read and read it, okay? For God's sake. This bullshit.
I sent it to Brad. He messaged me back, said, "Where's the rest of it?" No, that's it. The story.
Brad will
I'm
read
trying
it.
to finish it up, and he's asking, "Where's the rest?"
Adrian messaged me saying that she kept wanting to go to the last page to find out whether this person lived or died. And I thought, you know what? That statement right there tells me I did a good job on that story.
Yep.
Because you kept wanting to go to the end to see what happened. So I feel like I got that kind of a mindset to at least create a decent story.
Yeah.
And now that I actually have this amount of time to spend several hours on the computer and just write this stuff, because when I was working, I was so physically and mentally exhausted that when I came home and I was off work, I didn't want to do shit.
Yeah. No, I
Yep.
agree.
Now that I'm off, I'm fairly well rested. I can spend a few hours a day working on this thing and then in the evening do everything else.
Right. Yeah.
There's something interesting about that too, and I just want to quickly say to Jill and Robin, I did shoot two like 2 videos on how to make a couple things that I shot like in May or June this year that I haven't put up yet. One being about how to make the salad with tomatoes and caprese salad. I couldn't think of it for a second. Mozzarella, and another one of how to make something else. I was going to put it out there to see if people are interested in knowing how I cook things. Jeremy, the other thing is too, talking about kind of getting away from things that are paranormal in a sense. I feel like more and more looking at the events that are coming up that are not necessarily things that are like local or whatever, that people are only wanting to have like stars from the show, and they're more accessible than they've ever been. So it feels like that we're not interested in paranormal anymore. We're interested in the stars of the show. Not a bad thing in itself, but yet one that kind of negates a lot of our participation. There was one I just sent a note to this week. I'm not going to say which one, that they were doing they're starting to announce a show, a convention that's a year away. And I sent them a note. I'm like, may I be a part of it in some way? And listen, it doesn't mean that I should be a part of something. I understand that. But they're like, well, we have a theme and here's the people we're going to get on. None of them really match the theme, in my opinion. And I just sent them a note back saying, you're showing the same people over and over again. Why not bring some new blood into it once in a while? I'm not looking for money. I'm not looking for anything other than a chance to be able to present. And they weren't interested. Fair enough. They might be just like, you're not right for it. That's fine. But the thing is, I feel like that more and more we're getting away from paranormal investigators, and stuff like 28 Days on Netflix is stuff that's kind of really making it further from paranormal investigators to entertainment.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff that we have nowadays are very repetitive, and that's the feeling that I'm getting. So that's why I'm wanting to step away to a point where I'm able to enjoy doing other things. And now that Angelia is back home, that's going to take up some more time right there.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And I'm sure everybody's going to agree with that. My daughter has not been home for almost a year. In fact, well, technically, it was a year ago tonight that I had my accident.
Yeah.
But really on the 16th that it happened. So, but it was Thursday night. So, however way you want to look at it, tonight, tomorrow night, that's my 1-year anniversary of this accident. And about 5 days later, that was when Angelia went into respite care, and she just came home yesterday. And there are so many different things that I want to dip my fingers into right now. That's why I'm doing the books. That's why I'm doing the games. That's why I'm doing the wrestling podcast next month. I'm also getting out and exercising, doing the exercise videos. For those that are on TikTok, have seen some of the exercise montage videos that I put out lately. Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to be spending more time with my daughter. There are so many important things that I want to devote my time to, split my time up into all of these things instead of everything in the paranormal. I'm still going to be doing this podcast. And next month, I'm also going, well, actually, at the end of this month, really, I'm also going to be bringing the 13th Dimension back. And just like what you said, Greg, instead of bringing the same people in over and over and over, I'm bringing in new people that are not featured as guests very much. In fact, the one that I am currently waiting on now to let me know the date that he can do it. I don't think he's ever been a guest on somebody else's show. He's done his own shows, but as far as I know, he has never been a guest on somebody else's show. And what I want to do with this show is start digging into some of the more deeper stuff of the paranormal or of what you have gone through. So let's say, I'll go ahead and say it. One of my guests that I got is Melanie Knapp. I'm sure everybody knows who she is. And I have been following her story for the past year where, she's been training for the MMA and she has also been doing documentation of rehab that she had been doing the last, 3 or 4 years. So I want to touch on that.
Excuse me.
We're going to be talking about the paranormal, but we're also going to be talking about some of the dark side of the paranormal, of what you had to go through and what you did to fight that to get to where you are now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's kind of the vision that I've got for the limited series of the 13th Dimension. I'm only planning 10 episodes, and then that's going to be the 3rd season.
Sure.
And
well, oh wait, no, never mind. I was going to say, well, the ones we did earlier this year, that was season 2, though, right? Okay.
That was the continuing part of season 2.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say this one here is only going to be 10 episodes, season 3, but it's also going to be a test for me personally to see how I do as a solo host of a show.
Sure. I mean, one of the things is that, like, for Ghost Box Radio on Sundays, I don't tend to bring on paranormal investigators because they are people who are very valuable, but it's just the same story over and over and over again. In my opinion, I could be completely off on that. To me, it is like you're saying, who can we find that is unique and interesting, whether it's writing a book or whatever else it is, but trying to find people who are different enough that they're not showing up on the Facebook programs over and over and over again. It's just like a regurgitation sometimes.
Yeah, and it's like we have 10 different paranormal networks that have shows on every single night of the week.
Yeah.
In some cases, like for this one, there are some nights where we have 5 or 6 on the schedule at least. Some shows are on hiatus, but if we had every show going on, we would have almost 30 shows airing every week.
Yep.
And furthermore, too, obviously, as you guys know all too well, I also created the Federation of Paranormal Networks, which even though some of us, some of these shows, cross stream on some of these networks, there's others out there that, have their own shows basically. And it's not any way, shape, or form to try to make it look like we got all these shows from these other networks. It's just the alliance between these networks, which, by the way, Jeremy, I spoke with Carl earlier this year. And
good night, Chantel.
Oh, good night, Chantel. Take care. But I talked to Carl this morning. He allowed me to put Bill of Rights Network onto the Federation. So we got Bill of Rights. So that's 9 different networks we have now.
Yeah. So I I don't really know what else I can say. I feel like I've rambled on for those.
Star Wars theming.
But it's something I felt like I needed to get off my chest, you know?
Well, it's good to say for something like that.
But I mean, it's true though, because I mean, dare I say it, and not to offend anyone, I think a lot of people who do the shows are up their own asses. And I mean, it was, and I am guilty of it as well. And I mean, but I think that's a paranormal thing as well. And it's just something that I am personally trying to find my way out of. I'm trying to find a way so I'm not at my own ass. I'm not trying to promote myself, but you know, if I'm going to do a show and I have a guest on, it's about the guest. It's not about me. You know what I mean? And if I'm doing the spirit box stuff, I mean, that's a different thing altogether. But if I'm doing a show, a radio show, if I'm doing any sort of interview program, it's about the people who are on. It's not about me, and it cannot be about me. Even if it's like, oh yeah, you you did this, I did this too, and I'm going to tell you all about it. It's like, you can't do that. It's about them.
Right. Just like that one that you did with Nick Groff, I thought that was a perfect example of how an interview should go.
It's a Federation of Paranormals.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, and maybe at some point I'll put that public because, you know, I don't know how many people we're going to get to do it, and that's the most frustrating part about it. Is it's like I thought I thought in such a disastrous way that I'm going to put out there that I am doing an event with Nick Groff. I just assumed that tickets would sell out within like 3 days. I really this is going to be amazing. Everyone's going to have access to Nick Groff.
You know, to be fair, when it comes to Nick Groff, there's not a whole lot of names that are bigger than him when it comes to the paranormal field.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
So I totally thought, okay, well, we're going to sell out tickets very quickly here. And then when we got 3 days into it and we sold like 3 tickets, $40 a pop, and then you could pay more if you wanted to have a a meet and greet on. This is all online. And what I'm learning is that people don't want to pay for online. They want to meet him. I understand it, but the purpose of this was there's people in parts of the country that are never going to have access to Nick Groff and they like him. I was hoping that we would get to those people and be able it might be online, but you could have private, either have a private conversation with them, which I saw them, I recorded them. They are great. Or you could have you could have your question answered in a way that he can answer it. And it was really a kind of an eye opener for me that people weren't all that into it like I thought they were going to be.
Yeah, because I
I
remember you had said that you were planning on another one after that.
and I still am, but I want to because we're trying to. I mean, Katrina Weidman wants to do it with us. There's a number who wants to do with us, but they also want to. The difference is like they should be scaling their fee based on how long they're going to be working with me, but they're not doing that as much as they should be, in my opinion. So I need to find sponsors. No one wants to sponsor, but I also want to bring this to people. I make no money off of this. I make zero money off of it, and it's okay. I thought I was going to make money off it. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I want to make something off of it, but that may not happen. I just want to break even or get close to it, and that itself seems difficult. And Katrina Weidman, I'm not saying she's not worth the money, but it is money, and if I can't make it back, then it's just a business decision of like, how can we make it work? That's all it is.
Well, like I told you before, I would love to be a sponsor, but with the way things are for me now, I'm only getting X amount a week.
Absolutely.
Whereas before, I used to get overtime all the time. So
it's a weird situation we're in because the pandemic had shown us the worth of an online event, but they were all free. And just the way that now people would like more online events, but the fact is that not everyone's making a lot of money and stuff. And there's people like the British television side of it. I was trying to do online events with Doctor Who guests, and then I got the the stark reality more so than the paranormal of people like, I don't want to pay for an online event. You got Sophie Aldred, who just appeared in the most recent Doctor Who episode where Jodie Whittaker regenerates into David Tennant, but we don't want to pay to listen to her talk about what it took for her to be back in the program. We don't want to pay for her to talk about.
Oh, hey Tom,
ask her questions. And it's just the reality of it. I mean, it's not like anyone's fault. It's just the reality of it. And to be all fair, a couple of weeks back in November over Thanksgiving weekend, I posted a very sad, big baby sort of post about it on a couple of the pages for British television. And they really lambasted me about it, to be fair, about like, you know what, you guys don't want to take part in the stuff that I'm paying, that asks you to pay like $5 for a ticket, then you're not going to get anything free from me anymore. And it's unfair. But at the same time, I was like, I'm sick and tired of this shit. I'm sick and tired that my British television live streams take sometimes 16 hours or so to prepare, and you're all fine listening to that, but you don't want to spend $5 to meet somebody who you're interested in. Okay, I get it. We're not going to do any of it anymore. And they were just like, you're a big baby. And I'm like, yeah, I probably am. But at the same time, you've helped me realize I've lost my fire.
And I was talking to Clarissa because she was trying to get her own thing going as far as being able to live off of events and stuff like that. And she was saying the same thing, that is, she can't. Nobody wants to pay for this stuff anymore. And I'll tell you what I told her.
Guys, I'll be right back.
Okay. Sometimes luck does fall into everything. And it's just a matter of getting the right formula.
Yeah.
Because we see all the time where people on TikTok and YouTube are able to make a living off of the stuff they put on just on those channels.
Yep.
And somehow they found what works for them, but for us, we haven't found that thing. But they're not exactly doing paranormal stuff. So when you look at somebody like Mr. Beast, look at all the shit that he's doing. If you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I mean that is a commitment.
Yeah.
And it's a huge commitment. And to Ryan's point, and I know Robin, and I know where Robin has come from. So when I say that, Dave Schrader is coming to my Ghost Stories and Beyond, it's not for free. He was very kind with like making it work. But I think that's the thing that people don't realize, whether rightly or wrongly, is anytime you get someone of interest in any capacity, and this is how I work, at least, Jeremy, is I am going to pay them something. Anyone who wants, if I'm charging something, they need to be paid something. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
And so like the Dave stuff, I mean, clearly in person works so much better than online. So the Dave Schrader situation worked in the way I thought that the Nick stuff would work, that it'd just be sold out immediately. The Nick stuff just didn't work that way. And what people don't understand was that it cost a lot of money to bring Nick in, like much more than it should have, in my opinion. But, I agreed to it. So therefore that's what we did. I made it all back in sponsorships, and the sponsorships had about, 750,000 impressions because of Nick's following. I don't know if anything came from it. That's too bad if it didn't. But the thing is, it still didn't translate into ticket sales. And that's like, what do you do if I can't get people to buy tickets to do Nick Roth? What can we do if we're doing an online thing? And so someone I see, it was pricey. If you're talking about the Nick thing, $40 for an hour online. You got to understand, he's charging me thousands.
Yeah, that's quite a lot. It's
Mhm.
more than what you
So-
think it is.
And I understand that's not your problem. If it cost me thousands of dollars, it's not whoever wrote that, because I can only see Facebook user. I can understand. You're probably like, that's not my problem. I chose not to buy. I understand that. And one of the things that was a real eye opener for me is that there is no such thing as loyalty or just support. Because part of it's like, I'm not making money off this, but I'd love it if the paranormal community supports us. Same with the British television stuff that I was doing. And I learned with the British television stuff, you know what? I might support them, but they're not going to support me. And that was a real lesson for me to be like, okay, I get it. They don't support and it's not one for one. And I see that. There was somebody who you posted, Jeremy, in your book, your chat, who needs help. And I supported that, and I went and I gave money right away.
Mhm.
And I thought to myself, well, if I ever need money, I can't expect that back. And that's not why I made the donation, expecting that someday I might need that back from anybody. But it's the reality of like, you don't do things because you think that people are going to return it in kind, because that is not how it works. And that sounds
I do kind of want to touch on that because I have seen GoFundMe's brought up for a lot of people.
Jeremy, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. LinkedIn is showing that issue. StreamYard's showing that issue again with LinkedIn.
Yeah, LinkedIn.
Yeah. See, they're having trouble.
That's because we just went over the 4 hour mark.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're 2 hours away.
So I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to let you know on that. So
yeah, hang on.
And I don't see who is writing this. Hugs. It's not that we don't support, but it's reality of being broke. 100,000%. Absolutely.
Well, that's
cool, Josh.
That's how it is for me. Like right now, and normally I would never say anything in public about this, but I'm going to throw this out there as an example. Right now, I got 2 bills that I got to pay. I can only pay one of them this week with the amount of money that I got, and I got to wait until next week to pay the other one when I get my next paycheck. So that's just the reality of it.
It totally is. When I had my little outburst in the British television circles, I was bringing it in Chicago, as it happens, Nick. I was doing a live stream about this woman, Sue Malden, who worked at the BBC archive, and she saved a ton of Doctor Who episodes. And people find her very interesting. She's a known person. And so my reach in the British television was probably about 10,000 people at minimum. And about 3, 4, 5 days later, noticed that not one ticket had sold, and it was $5 a ticket, £5 a ticket. And I wasn't so much the fact that no one was buying tickets, but I couldn't get 1, 2, or 3 people to buy tickets. And that to me was like, I totally understand, as the Facebook user said, we're broke, we can't afford everything. But out of 10,000 people, the numbers suggest that I should be able to get 50 to 100 people. If I got 5 people, I would have been fine. But I couldn't get anybody, and that was where it was just like, well, you're going to tell me 10,000 people couldn't afford it? Not 1 or 5 people out of 10,000 people could have afforded it? Then that tells me that just in general, we're not ready for this, at least in my thing, where I can't keep losing money trying to bring people that I think would be interesting and nobody wants to pay. And that's just the reality of it. And I understand that people can't afford stuff, but at the same time, people got to understand that, there's, if a ticket to Dick Roth is $40, it's not because I'm thinking, my God, I'm going to make a ton of money off of it. It's like, I'm just trying to make some money off of it. Like even 10% off of it would have been helpful, just to keep it so that this is what we're trying to do. And it just showed that people weren't interested in paying. It's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
Right.
They're probably thinking, because a lot of times, a lot of these people are doing regular shows for free, and they're thinking, well, I can watch this show here for free. Why would I pay for that one? So I get that thought process too. I understand it.
I do too. And it didn't help that Nick went live about 2 weeks before my show with him, which I didn't expect. I didn't realize. And then one day I'm running through and I'm like, Nick is live. Why are you live? Because he's well aware of what we're doing. Katrina never goes live. Katrina is somebody who never does it. And so she seems to be a good person because she's not accessible. If I were to do like Mustafa or Brandon Elvis, that would be stupid because they're live all the time. You and you're right, Jeremy. You look for people who are not live because the people who are live are the people who, if you have a lot of access to them. That's why Dave Schrader is great in person, because Dave Schrader does the Paranormal 60. It doesn't make sense to do a live event with him. You know what I mean? It just doesn't really make a lot of sense. But and that's where people like, I love him. I watch him on live, but I want to meet him in person, and he's perfect in person. So that's where you want to be able to have.
Dave seems to be doing his own shows. It seems like on Friday nights.
Yeah, Ghosts of Devil's Perch.
Well, I mean, he does Ghost of Devil's Perch, but he also does like the Paranormal 60 on Facebook every week or every couple weeks.
Yeah,
it's like you can put in your comments and he can answer them and everything else. So it's like, why would you want to pay to do that when he's doing it on a regular basis? So it's like, what's the next level? Oh, doing it in person. Because meeting Dave in person is worth it. I truly believe that. And that's why, only reason why we asked him to do it, because he is perfect for that. Who's seeking attention?
I'm not. It must have been someone you were mentioning before. I don't think he's referring to that to Dave Schrader. I think he's referring that to somebody else.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, this is an open conversation. I mean,
to be fair, there are a lot of people out there who do seek attention.
Oh,
yeah.
God, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention any names, and I will say, as much as I do these shows here, I don't want the attention, to be honest. But I do these shows because I enjoy talking with people.
Yep.
I especially love this right here. Because like what you said, Greg, the last time we did with the three of us was gold.
Yeah,
exactly. And I've said the same thing too. I mean, I just said this last week on Don's show where I said, it's hard to believe with all these shows that I do nowadays, almost every week. And some people, I mean, I'm sure there's people out there who may think otherwise. They think I'm that kind of person who's just looking for attention or, looking for that fame. But the reality is that's not the case at all. Again, it's the same exact reason as you, Jeremy. I do it because I enjoy doing it. I like chatting with people, and a lot of times throughout the course of most days, even like now, even when I'm on vacation, I don't really. I mean, unless we're going somewhere, or if I have friends over, or if I'm going out with my friends, including Don, unless any of that stuff, I don't have anything else going on during the night. So it's not like I have anything else important to do. So why not just come on a show and chat with some people, and there you go. You have your night settled.
Something that I have mentioned to other people before, because they would put themselves out so much, and they enjoyed the attention that they were getting, and I would tell them, less is more.
Yeah.
Because when you think about it, if let's say, and I'm not going to say this about you, Nick, because I know what it is for you. I know what your intentions are. But if I saw somebody else who would be doing a show every single week, and I know what their intention is, people are going to get tired of that person.
Yeah.
If you just do a show once a week or whatever, that becomes more of a special thing because, well, we don't see this person very much. So I want to watch him.
Right. Well, when you think about it too, like the shows that I do, in all of the shows, understandably, there's only one show, which is my own, which is the only one that's just me on it. It's a little bit different also when even if you're on other shows, at least there's other people there. It's not just you,
Well-
because that would be a primary factor of
That
just having that
each
one
of the
person.
shows are different.
Exactly. They're all different. Yes.
Tuesday night is horror movie reviews. Wednesday night is lecture presentation. Thursday night, you're doing serial killers, and
An open mic chat like what we're doing right now.
yeah, and then on Fridays you're doing
It's just a fun show. We just get together and it's just basically another open mic, but of course
Yeah.
they do it a little bit
And-
more, not
So-
as
you
explicit.
do
But
the
they
same
do,
thing every single night. You're focusing on something different.
exactly.
I will say though, you know, as Joshua said, you know, seeking attention, and I don't think it's unreasonable though if I'm not seeking attention, but if I'm doing something that I think is worthwhile, I'm not looking for attention per se, but I wouldn't mind being acknowledged for it.
Right.
You know, and I you know, like for example, I think like on our networks that we're on, I feel like that the stuff like Ghostbox Live isn't seen by a lot of people because it's on so late. That's my decision. That's what I do. That's when I decide to do it.
But you have a loyal following for that specific show.
I do. I totally do. And I think that, you know, like if I'm doing Ghostbox Radio, I mean, it's not that I'm looking for a parade in the street, but I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't be offended if someone was like, you do a good show. You know, that's really what it comes down to. Is like, I don't want to necessarily be looked at as like the paranormal mind here, but I rather be looked at as like, at least like you're doing a good show, you're on the right track, you know, or the best compliment I could get at least for Ghostbox Radio would be you're allowing the guests to talk. You know, that's always something.
It was you, and then there was also Suits, because the both of you hadn't been on for a long time. I would actually be getting messages from people, hey, is Greg still doing the show? Is Seth David still doing the show? Yeah, he's still doing the show, but you know, he's doing some of the things right now that's preventing him from being able to do these shows.
And that's
Yeah,
also
I even told you that.
and that's also kind of, if you think about it too, I mean, it sounds unrelated, but this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. And it's kind of similar to me in my situation, like with my show, where I want to continue on with the show. Don't get me wrong, with Nick Files and have more presentations, but it's just so difficult, especially when you're getting through holidays and all this stuff, to put your stuff together, that you kind of have no choice but to kind of almost have this break, even though you know, my intention was to really bring it back, but so much stuff gets in the way and such throughout this part of the year, which is why I'm hoping that, you know, for my case, even though I'm trying not to say I'm on hiatus, but I'm really hoping I can bring the show back full time after New Year's, right? And that even goes to the same with my my audiobooks, because I told you guys earlier, I'm working on a new project right now before I get to the other ones that to include you guys on. I got to finish this one up, but again, stuff gets into our schedule just like anyone else.
Exactly. And that's how I know when somebody is really doing a good job, is if somebody's asking, hey, is he still doing the show? So that's how I know that you two are doing fantastic, because people are messaging me about it. And also I'm getting posts on the Universal page. Is Greg doing a show tonight?
Mm-hmm.
So
I do get people worked up and upset with me if I don't tell them ahead of time that I'm not going to do it on Sunday nights. You know,
Well, and you guys
I've received messages, private messages from people like, you know, could you please let us know that if you're not going to do it Sunday night, that you just let us know early enough so we're not either staying up or we're not, you know, whatever. And it's like, at first I'm like, what the hell? But secondly, I'm like, okay, no, that's fair. That's totally fair, actually.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, for example, like when
a message.
well, like with yesterday, that's why I eventually, you know, made it a post saying that. Unfortunately, I was hoping to do it, but unfortunately, Nick Files will not be airing today. So that way, some people, you know, I was able to get the word out. I mean, yes, my show's at an earlier time, you know, 4:30 p.m. Central Time. but still, of course, again, you got people from the other side of the world watching it, so those people would be staying up late to watch them. So I've always made sure on several occasions that if I had to cancel a show, obviously not only do I do it obviously when I send it to each of the group chats, but also on publicly, so I don't keep people waiting. Yeah,
I try to do that too. Yeah, because I appreciate the fact that people care enough that they are going to wait up or whatever, and it's just respectful to be like, you actually give a crap about what we're doing here. I got to let you know, because that's the thing, that one thing that I learned over the last year in particular is that people really want Ghost Box Live. The people who do watch it, they want it. And I'm not saying because of what I do, is because we're a community effort when we do the Ghost Box stuff. But it is something that that really allows people to be to take part in something where whatever the end result is not because of Greg Bakken, it's because of everybody who the whole of the part, really. And that's what's amazing about it.
Right.
I'll bring up something. When I was out for 3 months, this last time around, I think I was out for 3 months. I've had people telling me, you need to get back on the show. It's like, well, they don't need me on the show. I'm telling that. Nick, Adrian, Eileen, they can run the show just fine without me. They don't need me.
Yeah, we ran it perfectly while you were absent.
And some people still want to argue, well, they do need you. No, they don't. I watch them. They do just fine. But I get if they want certain people to be on, like Greg, they enjoy the kind of show that you do, because what you do is vastly different from any other show out there. Hold on.
And when you see, there's only, I'll be honest with you guys, and Jeremy, you already know this already. Okay. Well, I'll still at least tell Greg. There's only like one show.
Okay.
That probably for the longest time I'm always asking when it's coming back, and it's not on our network. Jeremy, you're probably going to know exactly which show I'm talking about, and I'm not the only one who's been asking when this show is going to be coming back, but undoubtedly it's that show Ghost Hunt Down, because and it's a little bit different with them because they never left a note of what's going on with them. We've messaged them. We asked, hey, you guys, it was really really the only show I think a lot of us were like, should probably go check on them, because we haven't heard from them in several months. So, that was, a show like that, I can understand why so many people were asking about, where are you guys? But when it comes to like what you mentioned, Jeremy, like that people were asking that you need to be back on. No, we were able to, me, Adrian, Eileen were able to run it perfectly fine. And Brad even helped out a few times, and even Jill.
But I think what people look for more, maybe not necessarily for specific people, is that they enjoy the dynamics between people within a group. They like seeing the chemistry. And I get that. When you get people with the kind of chemistry on a show, then you are going to be watching a great show. But if you get people on a show that don't necessarily have that kind of chemistry, then your show is going to be a dud. And I've told that to people. They may not have liked it, but that's the truth. If you don't have a good chemistry between the hosts, you are not going to have a good show.
You're going to have a bad day.
And well, I also think too that if you're going to have guests on a show, that you got to make it about a guest. And I find that a lot of people in different networks, they don't want to make it about the guest. They want to hear what the guest says, and then they're going to talk about their own experiences.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's horrible. I've been on a number of them myself, ones that I can't talk about anymore because they kicked me off. And you all know who I'm talking about. And it's just like, it's just, it's not worthwhile. You know, like I have Shar Savoy that guest host for me on Ghostbox Radio, and I chose her because number one, she's local, but she's also brilliant, and she doesn't realize that yet in terms of doing radio stuff. But you know, as somebody who wants to give the time to the guest, if I'm interviewing someone, it's not about Greg Bach and it's about who I'm talking about. I might interject some stuff that's happened to me that might be of relevance, but ultimately it's about that guest that is on, because why would people tune in otherwise?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And and thank you for saying that, Jill. I'm very particular about how I run my show. I went to school for broadcasting. I mean, and I'm not saying that as like I'm better than everyone else, but what I'm saying, I once had somebody say to me on one of my shows, like, well, I could say, we can swear on our stuff because we're on some whatever network, and we don't, that they were insinuating that means that they can do whatever they want on the show and that makes their show better. And I challenged them and I said, I'm on an FCC station. I cannot swear. My station will be fined $10,000 if it's found out. So the thing is that's the challenge of a broadcaster, how to get your point across and how to get your guests to come alive without swearing, and do it in confines of 4 segments in 60 minutes that actually equates to about 44 minutes of actual airtime. How can you do that? And those are things that you have to really think about. That I think, and this isn't a rip on people doing just the Facebook stuff, but it's a reality. It's a reality of what I'm doing that makes Ghostbox Radio a little bit different than the other shows.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I actually have down on the rules for this network is, swearing is okay as long as you don't try to do a Howard Stern type show.
Yeah.
Yeah, like very frequently.
Yeah, if people slip up, okay, that's fine. It's not like I don't know. Like you said, it's not like we are FCC. This network will never get involved in something like that. But here's the thing: I want our shows. I want this network to be able to be viewed by somebody who's 10 years old and somebody who's 90 years old.
I mean, Jeremy, you pointed out to me certain networks that were really breaking those rules. We were talking about that, and that whatever, that's their world. It has nothing to do with us, right? Yeah. But the thing is that, I think that it shows the level of how good we are at what we do if we can contain it so it's not swearing. And I'm not saying that as a prude. I swear all the time, but when you're on the air, and I look at on the air being either on the radio air in Minneapolis, hitting about 100,000 listeners, or being here right now, who knows how many people we're hitting. That's the skill, right? To be able to make it, like you said, have it so that the 10-year-old can join it. How many times have we heard about 10-year-olds listening to Coast, and they've grown up to really be into this field, and you couldn't swear on Coast to Coast. Thank you, Jill. And you couldn't swear on Coast to Coast. I mean, that's the point. You can still get your point across without being ridiculous about it. And, that makes us a prude, so be it.
Absolutely. And it also shows the professionalism amongst the people.
Yeah.
And there have been times where the three of us on 13th Dimension over the summer, all three of us, we would talk about a specific topic, and each of us had a very different opinion.
Exactly.
And different from most other people. We were, we weren't doing that. We talked.
Excuse me.
My opinion. What's your, all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all had a normal conversation is the way it should be, but there's just other people that just don't want to accept that.
Yeah.
And I've seen some of the shows that have a disclaimer up front that like, well, we're on at a later time. We are on doing, just know that we sort of, what, that doesn't absolve you because time is irrelevant on a Facebook Live. We after we're done here, it's going to be put into the continuum, so to speak, and anyone can listen to it at any time they want. So to be able like, well, we're on a later time, we're okay. That's, who are you fooling? Because you're not fooling anyone. You certainly know what you're doing. And yet you're showing pictures of, you're showing film of a dog being, protrude and whatever else on it. And
I already know what show you're talking about.
And it's just like, if that's what you want to do, great. And it's a shame that Facebook doesn't clamp down on that, quite frankly. It's just,
right.
People shouldn't be allowed to do that.
I don't know how they've gotten away with it, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm going to say this is because of stuff like that I have lost one of my favorite shows on this network.
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But one of my favorite shows, a very good friend of mine, he did not want to be associated with what was on that show, and that ended up being the catalyst that led all the way up to the Big Bang Theory. But that's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, it's like that's pretty much the best way you probably described it, to be honest.
Yeah, but yeah, when it comes to doing a good show, you want to make sure that it is about the guest and make sure that they get their story across. But you also have to be smart about it, like Greg, what you were saying, finding out the hard reality of this and that. When you think you got it figured out, and oh no, we're going to change it all up on you.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, the goal of what we do here is that we know the outcome of a show before the guest knows. We know where we're going to go with the show, but not make it look like that we're leading, but the guest is leading, or that if we are leading, that it's not leading in a negative situation. I mean, it's all about making sure that everybody is feeling good about it and feeling it's a natural progression of questions or whatever else. And I mean, because I have the virtue in this case, I think it is the virtue of having commercial breaks for Ghost Box Radio, that I might go to a guest during break and be like, and we can't talk during the breaks, but I can send them a note like, are you okay with where we're going? Do you want to go somewhere else? Because I mean, that's the point. Anyone who is just like, oh, this is all like very top of head, and that we're not, I mean, I don't know about you all, but I'm not going into an interview without giving them an idea of where I want to go. And it may not be stuck that way, but it's going to certainly be like these are the topics I want to talk about in the program, so that they're prepared, that they're okay with it. I'm not CNN. I'm not Fox News. I'm not going to bring someone in to surprise them with a line of questions. I want them to feel like that they are happy with it and that they feel welcome to the show. There is no reason why I should surprise anybody.
Yep.
They're not going to want to feel like they're being ambushed.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And in a way, I'm actually on the other side of that. Because when I was a guest on some of the shows and they would have those commercial breaks, I hated that, because there were times where I would start getting on a roll with my story. Now I got to stop, but I get that they have advertisers.
Yeah.
See, I'm actually going to be on a show like that in just a couple weeks from now. That I'm just going to be a guest on. It's actually it's really well, I don't want to make it look like I'm mocking them or anything like that, but it is a radio show, and I was a guest on it previously about 2 years ago, and she wanted me back on in the later part of January. So it's a 2-hour show, but I already know, because I now know from experience, that there's going to be commercial breaks in between. So it's like, as I'm getting to like either the middle part of what I'm explaining or a story, and let's say if I'm getting to like the really good part or the interesting part, the host will say, "Oh wait, we got Nick, we got. I don't mean to stop you right here, but we got to go through this break." Because it literally stops you in your tracks.
Yeah, it does. And one of the things that, I mean, at least in our station that we can do, and what I learned further on, I didn't know that right away, was simply that that we are unless you get to the end of the program when you have a hard out, anything in between is a little bit more negotiable. So like, if you're in the middle of a story, Nick, on my show, and I think it should be almost anywhere, you should be able to finish your story and not be cut off. What it does mean, though, is that the next segment, that time that we ran over in that one segment is going to be applied to the next segment. So instead of it being like a 13-minute segment, it might be like an 11-minute segment or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
like, go ahead. You go ahead first, and then I'll say what I was going to say.
I was just going to say, so that, because I learned that the hard way, because I kept stopping people as well. And then someone said to me at the station, you know, we can just adjust the times as long as we get those commercial breaks in, being 3 minutes and 30 seconds a piece. I think they are roughly around that. And there's like 3 of them. As long as we get those in, and as long as you finish your show at this time, you can pretty much do whatever you want. It's just that you are going to rob Peter to pay Paul in some of these segments.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand. I don't blame, like, for example, like the show host, that they have to go through these breaks, because that might not even be.
Those are our masters, yes.
Yeah, they're not the ones that are really running things here. It's probably the studio or the network or whatever that's doing that. It's one thing if they say, well, finish your story up and then we'll go on break, because at least you're finishing your story, and they could take a break then. But to kind of do it right in the middle of it, again, it happens when you least expect it.
And what I try to do, Nick, too, wherever possible, if I know you're going to get into a story or something and that we don't have time, I might say to you, Nick, we have 2 minutes before we head out to our next break. Can you tell us this in 2 minutes?
Exactly. Yes. I mean, if they tell you ahead of time, that's one thing too. It's just more of, again, and even though I've been on the show previously before, I'm always trying to think, well, if I ever come back on the show again, I just got to be more careful. But there's no real specific, if I recall, I don't know if it's changed since then, if there's like a specific time moment where a commercial break is coming up. So it's like I'm trying to learn how to be more careful with that, but at the same time, you really don't know it's like, it's hard to be careful about, because again, you don't expect it once it occurs. It will just just right in the middle, just when you very least expect it.
And if a host does that to you, what you would hope for is when you come back from break, they can tell you where you left off your story, not so much that you have to remember. It'd be nice if you remember, but a good host, in my opinion, will be able to be like, where you left off, Nick, is that you were just talking about blah, 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 and let you go. I mean, because instead of being like, oh, what were you saying, Nick? That just seems lazy to me. And I see a comment from Ryan, who, and I don't mean to out you, Robin, but Robin worked on Darkness Radio. She knows what she's talking about.
Oh, Darkness Radio.
Yeah. And when it was on the radio, when it was, Tim now does it all through Patreon and online and stuff. But back when it was on commercial radio, Robin did work on that, and she knows what she's talking about there. And absolutely, there's always some wiggle room, but you always have to pay. Like I said, you have to pay Peter to pay Paul on these, and there's always, that's why as a host you got to keep track of the time and the segments, because it's up to me to be able to run that and make sure that we're getting and that, so if Nick was my guest, that I wasn't screwing him over, that he knew exactly where we were in the program.
Exactly.
That's the mark of a good host, because it shows you're actually paying attention to what that person is saying. And 2 things I want to touch on. One, when you guys are saying, I might send you a message, we got 2 minutes left. That on the show that I was on that had the commercial break, they told me up front that we had to do commercial break right at the top of the hour.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fine. Problem is when they do the commercial thing, and this is where I want to touch up on what Joshua was saying. Some of the intros are longer than the guests.
Yeah.
That particular show, they didn't even start talking until 10 minutes after 10 minutes of advertisement. Then after they would talk for, I don't know, 4 minutes, then they would bring me on. So already I don't even show up until 15 minutes into the show.
Absolutely. And I think that I am guilty of that as well. There, like, if I have a producer working that weekend that I get along with very well, I'm going to engage with him because it helps me get into the rhythm of the show. But also I think, it also gives a little bit of consistency with the show, that, that we're establishing some sort of camaraderie between, the people who work at the station.
Yeah.
Was it last weekend, the week before, it was National Cookie Day, and I just this ongoing thing that I've said about the station when my producers were on.
That was Sunday because I remember you said that on the radio show that it was National Cookie Day.
And that there were no cookies. There were no cookies for me, and earlier in the year was National Ice Cream Day on that Sunday, and there was no ice cream for me. So it's just fun to just have that sort of banter back and forth. But then to be fair, Jeremy, I'll look and be like, oh shoot, we have 4 minutes left in the segment and I haven't introduced the guest yet. And that is a problem. That is not a great way to do things. And that happens sometimes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like I said, I'm not all about seeking attention or making it all about me. But I will say that if I'm going to be a guest on the show, then I would like to have my time to tell my stories.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And also I feel like too that if I'm giving something to the host, like these are my episodes, my web series, this is what I do, whatever else, I expect them not to necessarily be experts in it, but to have some kind of understanding. And nothing was worse, especially when I did my web series and I'd be a guest on a program and they'd be like, so what have you been doing? And it'd be like, well, because I've sent you all this stuff and not one piece of it has even been acknowledged or looked at. And then the whole time we don't even talk about my web series, which is why, one thing I said that was years ago, obviously, where I'm like, I just want to talk about my web series. I want to get people to be interested in it. And never talked about. It's like, then why am I on here?
Exactly. It just makes you wonder, like, what's the point in a way?
Oh, totally. And it was just like, oh, I see. Most of this conversation was you talking about your experiences in the paranormal. Okay, I get it. Okay, so I'm just a fodder to try to, talk about your stuff. I was on a show earlier this year, somebody who I know pretty well, actually. And she was talking she asked me, where have you investigated this year? And I started telling her, and then she started competing with me about the places she investigated in this year. I'm like, well, what do you, okay, I'm not going to compete with you. If this is what you want to talk about, so be it. But why am I on here then? What am I supposed to be doing here?
What are you looking for?
Totally.
What am I looking for?
Yeah.
Oh, with this flashlight.
Yeah.
Because when you said it, it sounded like a great anecdote to my what I was saying. But you're right. Why do you have a flashlight? What's going on over there?
It's from my phone. See, I just recently cleaned everything and I'm yawning. You guys ever have that problem, like when you're yawning and like saliva just flies out of your mouth, basically like in raindrops almost? I'm just trying to make sure because I'm covering every single time. And I just had this whole desk clean. I don't want to mess it up again. So I'm just checking for, any reflection of drops or anything like that. Because I just cleaned this whole thing.
Well, I'm glad that you've decided that this is the time to do it during a live.
Yeah, because I just yawned. I didn't have this plan. It just happened. And no, Robin, no, it's not cockroaches.
Robin, if he was looking for cockroaches, he wouldn't even be sitting there right now.
I'd be all over the place. I'd be like, oh, what was that? What was that? Just like Zach Bagans style.
But no, you are right. A host does need to do, some amount of homework on the person that they're going to be interviewing. But one thing that we had done on 13th Dimension, and then we stopped doing it because I felt like it was taken away from the guests, is that we would start talking about what this person has done and then have them talk about it. So I thought, well, what if we just stop talking about what these people have done and just let them bring it up? That gives them more time to talk.
Yeah. It's a tough one, isn't it? Because a part of me also personally feels like, and often I rewrite people's bios when they send me bios. Like we had Kelly on from, she does the Edge magazine locally here in town. And she sent me, and hopefully she's not listening, she sent me a bio, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And I sent her a note back, and I said, can I rewrite this? I mean, I think a child could rewrite this. And I mean, it was just one of those things, right? We're not trying to break any records tonight. Hopefully.
I hope not.
I hope not either.
But the thing was, it's like, I rewrote her bio. I've rewritten a lot of people's bios on the show, and it's fine. And I'm like, here's my gift to you. Use this for your media stuff going forward, because media bios are very different than any kind of bios, and people don't quite understand that. And the thing is, it's like, well, okay, I just want you to sound good, but I also want to make it look like that I've done the due diligence of being able to know what you are about. And that maybe there's some stuff in the bio that's good to talk about, but not necessarily necessary for the guest to talk about, if that makes sense. Because maybe that was a long time ago. It's not relative, it's not recent, but what it is, it gives some context. That's my job. Now go ahead and talk about all the cool things you're doing now. That's my thought on it.
That was another thing that we did on 13th Dimension, was have the guests write out a bio for us. There's been a few times where I've had to redo it a little bit because there was so many spelling mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even ask them. I just did it.
I'm the guy I have on this Sunday, a friend of mine. I rewrote his bio a little bit. And if they don't want to send me a bio, if they want to be like, oh, you could find me online or anything, then they're canceled from my show. It's as simple as that. You're not going to do the due diligence of giving me a bio. I mean, that's the least of what you can give me. Then that means that you don't care about getting the attention. I mean, being on a radio show, and I don't mean to make it sound like that what I'm doing. I mean, I'm not Darkness Radio. I'm not Coast to Coast. I'm not a lot of things, but we do reach 100,000 people in the Twin Cities, which is a decent amount. And it's like, if you're not going to give me a bio, I mean, it's bad enough if you don't give me a book. If I'm talking about a book, you don't want to give me a book, so be it. But if you're not going to give me a bio, then you're not worthy to be on the show. You're not going to put that much effort into it, and you think, oh, I can just find you online, then forget it. I don't need you on my show. I mean, my show, I'm very particular about it. I really am. And I do think of myself like a Darkness, or I do think of myself as a Coast to Coast, in the sense that, you know what? I'm giving you a widespread access to a lot of listeners who do not know. I mean, no offense to us on Things or anywhere else. We are people who know each other. We're introducing new people, but we're kind of in a smaller universe. The Ghostbox Radio, AM 950, I'm reaching people who do not know about paranormal, apart from knowing that there's ghosts, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
So I'm starting from everything I do. If people listen to my show through Things, they might be like, oh my God, this is so simple. We know all this. It's so much more in depth on 13th Dimension or something like that. It probably is, because I'm always starting at a very basic level on Ghostbox Radio, because I'm hitting people who these concepts are not new to them. They are new to them, excuse me, that it's concepts that they've never understood before. They might know what the word exorcism means, but they don't know what's involved with it, stuff like that. So I feel like I have to start them small and build them up, because my listenership is very much consistent, but I have to build them and take them on this journey with me. And that's where I come from. So, you know, if people don't want to give me the simple stuff like a bio, then I don't think they're worth my time, to be perfectly honest. And I've cut a number of people because of it.
I usually already have a bio made up because I've had to give one to multiple shows, and normally what I would do is each time I go on, I would change it a little bit because something may have already happened since the last time I was on the show.
Yeah.
So instead of writing out a whole new bio, I would just do a little bit of editing of what I already have prepared and give that to the next show.
You're talking about if you were a guest, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And I do the same thing. And I'm sure, Nick, you do the same thing too, where you just have something and, you know, you can't, the same thing doesn't apply to every show. You have to write something that you want to hit on some things that weren't, you know, necessary for some shows, but are necessary for this show. So, you know, and that's the thing. I think what you end up with is people who are lazy about it, and you can't be lazy about it. You should look at every appearance that you make as if it's the most important one, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's more important than that next one because in a lot of industries, you're only as relevant as the last thing you did.
I mean, I felt like that we had Sister Kia on. She was talking about exorcism, and that was last week of October. And it was it was the most in depth I've ever gone in Ghostbox Radio about exorcism. And we're only scratching the surface. And then the next week we had Kelly Wagner on in November talking about The Edge and her magazine and everything else. And it was so light. It was so, and my producer after the show said, "My God, thank you for this, because I've been for the last, you know, I know it was October, you're hitting hard with paranormal stuff, but it was so dark over October that it was nice to have something light where you were laughing, because everything was that's where we had Bloody Mary on. That's where we had a number of people, and that's October, right? You want to hit the right sort of tone for October, but my producer was like, my God, I just feel like wanting to slip my wrist, because you're talking about so dark stuff the whole month. And it's like, yeah, okay, that's good to know.
Wait till I hit Christmas time.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Edge magazine, I thought that was cool as hell that they had you do an article.
Yeah.
That
was awesome.
Thank you. I mean, I was blessed this year. I wrote for Haunted Magazine in the UK, and I also wrote for The Edge. And The Edge, they're just
like about Haunted.
What's that?
I didn't know that you wrote something for Haunted.
I didn't know that either.
I wrote a review on because it was like two worlds collided for me, and that was talking about paranormal, also talking about a BBC production from 1992 called Ghost Watch, which was a kind of a demi mockumentary about a paranormal investigation. But the thing was, the BBC didn't do a very good job of letting people know this was a mockumentary. So people thought it was real in 1992. And unfortunately, the side effect of it was that there was a young man who had mental disabilities who thought that the ghost that they named Pipes in the production, he thought Pipes was talking to him, and he ended up taking his life.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was very serious. It was banned for a number of years, and now it's looked at as quite the production. And I did a review and a kind of a retrospective of it. I mean, they didn't tell me a whole lot about what was in the magazine, because little did I realize the producer of the magazine the producer of that series, Ghost Watch, he was also interviewed during that, which I didn't realize. And so it was really quite an interesting thing to do. It was like a 1,500 words that I wrote in a night, because they weren't very clear with me when they wanted it and what they wanted, and with the word count and all that stuff. And I don't know if I'll write for them again, not because I don't want to, but I keep reaching out to them, like, can I write some more? And they're just like, yeah, lots of people want to write for us. So I'm assuming that like what I wrote was not like groundbreaking to them or whatever else. I mean, if you ever heard of Richard Estep and other people, they write for them on a regular basis, really good writers. But what I wrote for The Edge magazine was simply about the gap between metaphysical and paranormal, that there shouldn't be one. And it's one of hopefully more articles. And hopefully it worked well for them. I mean, when I posted it, I got a lot of people who are just like, yeah, this is amazing. Good job, all that. And I don't know if they're being supportive or if some of them actually read it and thought it was good. Who knows? I mean, the magazine said that they thought it was good. So that's something.
Right.
I wrote it at work.
And and Robin, I was going to bring that same thing up. What you were just talking about.
What, Ghostwatch?
Yeah, how they didn't really express that it was a mockumentary. It was almost the same kind of scenario when they did that radio presentation, the radio broadcast of War of the Worlds.
Let me tell you something. Because I've worked my whole career in broadcasting in some form or another. And I started at a station in Mankato, Minnesota called KEYC, which was a CBS affiliate. And that was in 1994. They did one of these type of things, which was about a big asteroid coming towards Earth. And it was like this real-time sort of like news mockumentary sort of thing. Granted, between each commercial break, which anytime that there's something major, like major news event, if there are commercial breaks and it's not that major, that should be a hint, but it wasn't. Between each commercial break, they're like, this is not real, relax, all that stuff. And at the end of this mockumentary, this big asteroid was shot down and like blew up, so it wasn't going to hit Earth. And then the last moments of the mockumentary was like, oh my God, we realized that there's hundreds of these asteroids coming to Earth. What are we going to do? And the end of the program, and it goes into the 10 o'clock news, which is what I directed. And it's like, oh well, corn prices are up by such and such. Well, between the end of the program and the start of the news, the phone in the master control room starts to ring, and I pick it up. KYC, how can I help you? And this woman on the other end, and I laugh about it, but it's truly not funny. It's actually horrific. This woman is like, I'm like, KYC, how can I help you? What about the asteroids? I'm like, what about the asteroids? She goes, are we safe? And and I hate to say it, I'm 20 years old, okay, at this point. So I'm suppressing laughter, and it's not funny. I get that. It's not funny. And I'm just like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
It's
She goes,
the part where it was just a show.
We've been hiding in the basement. And are we going to be okay? And I'm like, it's not real. It's a program. It's a TV show. It's drama. And she starts to cry.
Seriously?
And she starts to cry. And she's like, oh my God. And she's just started. And I'm like, and I was I'm sorry. I was a dick back then. I truly was. I'm a very sarcastic, jerky person. And so I'm just like, this is just incredible that someone actually fell for it. 25, 34 years later, whatever. And it's like, no, this is the power of television that we have to respect, that we have to be careful of. And it's just like, no, you're fine. You're fine. And she's just crying. So we're going to be okay. Yes, you're going to be okay. I got to get the news going here, and it's just one of those things that's just like, it's a real statement about what television does.
Mm-hmm.
Any media, not even back to 1994, what television does, but any media now.
If you remember, did you guys ever address that on that broadcast for people that were waiting on news, just like what she was doing?
No.
Okay.
Are you wondering if we like talked about it in the newscast or something?
Yeah.
No, because first of all, no one. That was only. It wasn't like a lot of calls. It was one call. Who knows if other people felt that way? But it was just like we had our stuff going. In my opinion, it was pretty obvious that it wasn't real. But at the same time, that's me, and I'm a relatively media savvy. Somebody else may not be. And
Right.
I mean, hopefully that they realized, and it sounds sucky to say it this way, 9 a.m. the next day, they hadn't been hit by an asteroid, so things should probably be okay. I mean, that's a shitty way of saying it, but at the same time, it's like, how do I mean, you got your newspaper sent to you, it doesn't say anything about an asteroid in it at all. Hopefully that's a hint that it's not
So
going to happen.
would like to say a statement of how powerful it can be. This was 94.
Yep.
Imagine what it was like in
31.
31
Whatever it was.
for the wards.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and from what I read, I don't know if it's true, but from what I've read, there were a lot of people in a panic because of that broadcast.
And wasn't that only at the beginning, if that even, that it was mentioned that it was a fictional like setting, opposed to like this asteroid thing had multiple commercial breaks where they would say it, but I don't think it was if even one time it was said in War of the Worlds. I mean, if you're cutting into it 15 minutes even into it, you don't know, you have no idea.
I'm not even sure. I'm looking that up now.
Maybe not said anything at all.
Let's see. Well, here's one that says 1938.
That's probably what it was at, or around that. Robin says it was only announced at it was a drama at the start.
Okay.
Because there was no breaks in it, so why they just went with it. Yeah.
Okay. And then and this one would kind of fall into it, but not quite on that level. There was a DVD that was released in the early 2000s called Incident at Loch Ness.
Okay. I remember hearing about that. Yep.
And this was by a very famous, very popular director, like Herzog, or I don't remember what his name was, but they were doing this. It was supposed to be presented as a documentary, looking for Loch Ness, to where the director and his partner producer, well, he falls overboard and dies during this thing, and my ex and I were watching this thing. We were like, shit, did this really happen? So we watched this again, and this time we're listening to the commentary behind it, and these guys are just talking about, oh yeah, so this is what we planned and all that. Oh, so this isn't real. And it's on a DVD level, but it's sort of like what they did with that asteroid thing with War of the Worlds.
Yep.
And also when they came out with Blair Witch, the way that they promoted that.
Totally.
Yep.
So this Ghost Watch program from 1992, the people who were commenting on it were known BBC personalities. So like at the end of it, when stuff starts going crazy in this house that they're investigating, there's two things: the house and then the studio that was getting the live feed. In the house, a presenter known as Sarah Green, who is also still a very popular presenter to this day, she's looking into like under the stairs where there's a door and stuff. She gets pulled in and the door shuts and things start going crazy all around. So people who don't realize that this is fake, it's not even like a person, which is bad enough, but it's a known personality. It's like if it looks like Bob Barker was killed on the air, and it's not true. It's stuff like that is just like, people are like, what the hell's going on? Sarah Green, is she going to be okay? What's happening here? It's a real interesting, like, real look at once again, as we said about the asteroid thing in War of the World, the power of media in this. And if you don't know what's happening, you could easily fall, you could easily be misled.
Yeah.
Even today, with the kind of technology that we have, so many things can be faked to where you can't tell it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, having the advancement in technology that we have is great, but at the same time, it's also proven to be detrimental to human society.
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, look at these shows, these films that can take Mark Hamill and make him look like that he was the same age he was at Return of the Jedi.
Oh, yeah, with that technology that they've been making nowadays. I think the show 60 Minutes actually did a segment on that.
Did they?
Didn't he?
Yeah.
That's
One of my uncles is he likes watching 60 Minutes all the time on Sundays, and he often usually will come over. He doesn't come over here every Sunday, but when he's here, he wants to make sure he's watching 60 Minutes. And during one of those episodes, they did a certain segment on like how they can make people younger, like making them look younger than they actually. And when I mean making them younger, I'm not talking about like how you could do that with pictures. I'm talking about videos.
Yep.
I'm talking about, and they even did. There was one video that didn't even really demonstrate. It's not even just making people younger. It's even making them look like other people. So like there was a video that circulated for the longest time, like personal videos. Like I think it might have been on TikTok. I can't remember exactly where, but it was of Tom Cruise that was like making all these personal videos. And for the longest time, people thought it was actually him that was doing that. But then it turned out it was some type of program that was being used,
like deep fake or something like that.
Again, it was about a month or two ago that I saw this. So I'm not talking. I mean, I know you can do that also like with CGI.
Yeah.
With this, but this wasn't CGI. It was portrayed by a real person. It was just under these effects. It just wasn't Tom Cruise himself at all. It looked like him, but it wasn't him.
Well, they also did something like that with Michael Douglas when he was on one of the Ant-Man movies.
Oh, really? They did?
Because there was a portion of the movie where he was 30, 40 years younger, and he did a damn good job making him look that age for that period. And then all of a sudden now here we are 40 years later, here he is all natural.
And there's a segment in Indiana Jones and Dial of Destiny that's coming out in July that takes place with Indiana Jones in the 1940s, and they de-aged Harrison Ford. Part of it's in the trailer. That just came out.
They've done something with him like that too.
Yeah.
You know what?
So,
I just decided to look it up. It was called the program that was being used on that they talked about on 60 Minutes was deep fakes. That's what it's called. Yeah. Deep fakes. That's what they were using.
Yep. Absolutely. And you're seeing people putting like their own face in films and doing it and stuff. And it's fun to watch, but I mean, it is dangerous if it's not, and I think they're only allowing it for certain like film, like scenes and stuff, that they're being very careful about how that can be used, because that could easily be manipulated. Yeah. All right, folks. I don't want to go, but I have to get up for work tomorrow.
Well, unlike you, I do want to go.
Yeah, that hurts. On the last show I was on, Shannon said that we need to get, and this was live, like we need to get more people on YouTube so we can get better guests. And I'm like, better guests? I'm still on here with you right now.
What the hell?
That's horrible to say.
As long as the robots don't take over, it's all good.
As long as the robots don't
it's not necessarily as long as the robots don't take over. It's also as long as the stupid people don't take over either.
That's true.
They could eventually become the robots though themselves.
Yeah.
And Greg, you know me, I'm not one to mince words.
Well, I mean, first of all, Jill, watch Terminator 2. You know how our future is going to go. So that's all.
Yeah.
That kind of reminds me of just before we go, I'm looking this up right now. It's pretty funny, but the thing that she mentioned about robots, basically, there was like it was a Flash cartoon that I still love to this day. I mean, it's basically for anyone, but there was someone who made a like one of those like Christmas books out there. Like you read to kids about certain things that occur on Christmas. There was a Flash cartoon which they called it Decemberween instead. And the guy who who made this book. Apparently, he like scratched like the original author's name and said this was done by me, and he starts like rearrange like all the pictures and stuff like that. And I think it was like the original page. I think was like I think the original page like said the street is crowded with people shopping for gifts. Well, he rewrote it and put drawings. It's like the street is crowded with robots taking over things. Oh, the humanity.
Wow.
I mean, if you ever see a video of people of robots being made that are like tactical and the people are trying to like, testing it by trying to like knock it off its legs and stuff, and it won't do it, or it'll just get right back up. That's our future. Just look forward to that.
I'm actually
Merry Christmas.
I just found that. I just found the clip, and it's just hilarious to look at, like seeing the guy like rearranging all the pictures and stuff. Like here's like another quick example. Like these. Well, I'm gonna say it in the real world, saying Christmas is almost here. Get ready. He rearranges it and he says, "The giant mantis is almost here. Get ready to be pistol whipped, snowman." Or Erwinga is the name of the striped worm. Get dead, kid.
Wow.
I'll be back.
Anyway, speaking of the future, next Thursday night we are having a Christmas pajama party on this show.
Yeah.
I'm not going to divulge the information that we were talking about in our chat because it's too funny.
Well, and the only thing I'm just going to say about that when we were talking about that is not only was that going to be just a pajama party, but sorry, I'm just going through the messages. Right, where the hell? Oh, wait, here it is. No, wait, I'm looking at the wrong chat. This was the Things Network chat. I was looking for the Supernatural chat.
We're just going to be doing a pajama party next week. Let's put.
No. What I was going to say.
I am wearing
was
my pajamas.
No. What I was just going to say was a pajama party with pig twirls in our hair.
Your hair is long enough to do that.
What's that?
Your hair is long enough to do that.
Oh no, Nick is not putting his hair into pig twirls. That's.
I mean, if you don't want to take part, I guess if you don't want to really be part of the team.
Next Thursday, the next episode of Supernatural Talk, we're doing a pajama party, Jill, and we're going to be talking about Christmas stuff, Christmas hauntings, Christmas stories, and things like that.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I could see Jill in her pajamas were having pig twirls. Oh my gosh, what? Can Greg come? Can Greg come on again? Let's see his jammies butt here or something. That doesn't sound right, to be honest with you, Jill.
Okay, we need to get off the show before we go down that.
I'm not touching that one.
All right. So anyway, stay tuned for next week. We'll have our pajama party, and we'll just be talking about all kinds of paranormal Christmas stories next week.
And I'll see some of you guys tomorrow on the Frighteners. I don't know what we're going to be talking about, but it'll be an interesting Christmas story. I got asked, does anybody have that pink rabbit onesie costume up?
Right.
So thanks, Greg, for coming on with us tonight. Like I said, tonight was a wing it show. We didn't have any kind of a plan. So
that's why I'm here.
Really a bonus. I did not think we were going to be a 5-hour bonus, but
we were and you know what? People were thinking that we were going to overlap. It's just, okay, we may have been 1 hour down, but that was not our intention.
Yeah.
That was not our intention whatsoever.
But no, we do need to end the show because I want to go to bed. So thanks a lot, Greg, for joining us tonight.
Thank you for allowing me on. I appreciate it. It was
always great having you on.
Yes.
Thank you.
And everybody out there in the audience, thank you for joining us, especially for as long as we are. And also for TikTok, I know that we've had a lot of viewers on here. So thank you guys so much for being on here. Good first time experiment. I'll try to do this again next week. And until next week, thank you guys for playing along.
Take care. Have a good
Good night,
night.
everybody.